As an example of classic investigative work, one can cite large-scale operational activities to search for the head of the Japanese naval mission in the city of Saishin, Captain First Rank Minazuma Junji. The task force working in Saishin did not find a single document that sheds light on the work of the mission and Minazuma personally. However, during an inspection of his apartment, several private letters were discovered among the trash, from which it was possible to establish that a certain K, Japanese, was applying for service in the mission, which she informed her friend about. The return address K indicated on the envelope was identified. As it turned out during interrogation, K worked as a waitress for Minazuma. According to her testimony, the mission's radio operators, national Russians, and buried radio receivers were also found. In the course of further operational activities, taking into account the information provided by the radio operators, it was possible to detain another mission employee who knew all the employees. Recruited as an identification agent, she was used to track down Minazuma, his cryptographer, and other mission personnel. At the same time, a carefully instructed watchdog agent was constantly present at Minazuma's apartment, who knew the head of the mission by sight. However, Minazuma did not appear at the apartment. As a result of undercover and operational activities carried out by the task force, a number of mission employees were detained, some of whom were used as identification agents. The search for Minazuma and the cryptographer was focused on by employees of the operational groups of the Smersh Pacific Fleet Operational Unit in Racine, Saisin and Shenzhen. To intensify their search, special task forces were sent to places where Japanese were concentrated, to prisoner of war camps and to transit points. Photos of Minazuma and the cryptographer were used for this purpose. Soon, information was received about the possible presence of the Japanese in Shenzhen, where the task force urgently flew by plane along with an identification officer, a mission employee. He pointed to his leader, who was in the camp among the refugees dressed in civilian clothes. According to the testimony of Minazuma himself, among the refugees, 2 Japanese intelligence agents and 5 employees of the mission he headed in Saishin, including a cryptographer, were detained and arrested. 531 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 215. L. 8386. During the investigation, which was initially conducted by employees of the Smersh of the Shenzhen Naval Base of the Pacific Fleet and later by the Smersh of the NKVMF in Moscow, irrefutable evidence of Minazuma's intelligence activities against our country was obtained, and the arrested person himself willingly talked about his work. From him it was possible to obtain the most valuable information about the structure, forms and methods of activity of Japanese intelligence in general and naval intelligence in particular, the personnel and agents of the enemy. Speaking Russian, Minazuma personally described his life as a scout. At the same time, it turned out that he was collecting intelligence data about the naval forces of the Far East directly on the territory of the USSR back in the distant 1920s. In particular, Minazuma testified, starting in 1922, I was in Vladivostok for 3 years to conduct intelligence work and practice the Russian language. To accomplish these tasks, I managed, as a lodger, to enter the family of the Chief of Staff of the Russian Pacific Fleet, Captain First Rank Nazimov. In order to join this family and in general in order to have the opportunity to conduct intelligence work, I had to switch to the position of a civilian living in Vladivostok in order to study the Russian language. He continued, I had a special intelligence mission, and I switched to an illegal position, although I remained under the name Minazuma, posing as a civilian, while having in my hands the appropriate documents confirming this. According to the instructions, I had to collect intelligence data on the combat strength of the Pacific Fleet and the tactical and technical characteristics of ships, their deployment, fleet personnel, institutions and educational institutions of the Navy, the nature of the fortifications being built in the port and fortress of Vladivostok, the deployment of Red Army units in Primorye, political, the economic situation of the USSR 532, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Archival Criminal Case R 48650 T 1 L 2449. Next, Minazume told how his activities had already entered a practical direction. In Vladivostok, he said, I managed to recruit a large number of people from among the employees of various institutions, with the help of which I collected valuable information of a military, political and economic nature. In 1925, I was arrested by the Agpu, but during the investigation I did not admit to belonging to Japanese naval intelligence and spent 4 months in prison. Immediately after my release from prison, I went to Tokyo. A year later, I was already appointed head of the Russian department of the 3rd Department of the General Medical School and served in this position for 5 years. In 1935, I was appointed to the post of head of the Saishin Naval Mission, where I served until the defeat of Japan in 1945-533, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Archival Criminal Case R48650 T1 L 50. Thus, a big fish fell into the net of naval counterintelligence agents. On February 15, 1947, the Military Collegium of the Supreme Court of the USSR sentenced Minazume to capital punishment execution. The sentence was carried out on March 7, 1947. But his work did not end there. During the process of democratization in Russia, the case of the Japanese intelligence officer was revised. On July 19, 2001, the main military prosecutor's office, having assessed the evidence collected in the case, came to the conclusion that Minazume Junji, convicted under Article 58 Part 1 of the Criminal Code of the RSFSR, being an officer of the Japanese Navy, was engaged in the performance of his professional duties without violating the laws of your state. He did not commit any crimes on the territory of the USSR and does not fall under the jurisdiction of Soviet laws, and therefore, in accordance with paragraph A of Article 3 of the Law of the Russian Federation on the Rehabilitation of Victims of Political Repression of October 18, 1991, he is subject to rehabilitation. 534. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Claudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 165. In the most unexpected way, the fates of this Japanese intelligence officer and this Smersh employee of the Vladivostok Maritime Defense Region of the Pacific Fleet MP were intertwined. Krigina. It was M. Krigin and other members of the task force who were assigned the task of capturing the Japanese naval mission in Saishin, which was headed by Minazume. For this purpose, Krigin and his comrades were included in the first echelon of Marines. On August 13, 1945, the landing began. The boat on which Krigin was located, due to the prevailing circumstances, approached the shore away from the main forces of the paratroopers. M. Krigin, together with the soldiers, had to break through to their own people through a well-equipped Japanese fortified area. The forces were unequal, and Krigin ordered the surviving paratroopers to retreat to the harbor, and he himself, having collected the weapons and ammunition of the dead, remained to cover the retreat. In an unequal battle, he died the death of the brave. The counterintelligence officer honorably fulfilled his duty as a counterintelligence officer and through his actions ensured the success of the operation to capture the enemy's naval base. Although Mikhail Krigin died on the first day of fighting for Saishin, the task of capturing the mission and arresting Minazume was completed, done by his comrades. The hero's ashes rest in a mass grave on one of the central streets of Saishin. For his demonstrated fearlessness and heroism, by the decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR dated September 14, 1945, Lieutenant Mikhail Petrovich Krigin was posthumously awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. In 1965, one of the streets of Vladivostok was named after a counterintelligence officer. 535. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Claudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, pp. 165-166. During the war, counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet put up a strong barrier to German and Japanese agents in the Far East. In advance, using the experience of counterintelligence officers from our other fleets, they carried out measures that during the war with Japan made it possible to neutralize the enemy's intelligence agencies and intelligence network. As a result, the main task was solved. The Japanese intelligence services, which for many decades had been organizing and carrying out intelligence and subversive activities against our country directly and near its borders, were destroyed. Military counterintelligence officers bravely fought the Japanese with weapons in hand, showing high patriotism, perseverance and fearlessness. For performing special tasks in 1941-1945, over 1,000 employees of the counterintelligence agencies of the Pacific Fleet were awarded government awards. In the post-war period of the Smersh Rock, the Pacific Fleet continued its activities to suppress the aspirations of enemy intelligence, in which the intelligence of our allies in the fight against fascism, in particular the United States, were involved, as well as to search for state criminals, traitors and traitors to the motherland, enemy agents, punitive forces and accomplices who tried to hide from retribution. According to the Smersh Rock of the Pacific Fleet, foreign intelligence services conducted active intelligence work among Far Eastern sailors, using their trips to the USA, England, Canada to receive ships, and also directly in the Far East through the capabilities of the U.S. Consulate in Vladivostok. During the Great Patriotic War in 1943-1945, of the personnel of the units and formations of the Pacific Fleet, 17,777 people were sent to the ports of the USA, England and Canada to receive ships purchased there for the USSR Navy, including 8,524 military personnel of the Pacific Fleet were on a business trip in America. Some of them, about 200 people, had suspicious connections with members of the American intelligence services. In 1943, a team of Pacific Fleet sailors with a total of 1,032 people went to the U.S. port of Miami to receive the first division of M-type minesweepers consisting of 12 ships, and also in New York there were 9 teams of coastal defense boats with a total of 279 people. 536 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F4 Op 4 D 1319 L 9 251 252 in 1944 in the port of New York to receive 3 divisions of large hunters consisting of 36 ships. There was a team of sailers numbering 1,584 people in the port of Miami to receive the 8th separate division of minesweepers consisting of 12 ships. A team of 600 people in Kodiak and Fairbanks, Alaska. 2 groups of flight technical personnel in the amount of 150 people. In 1945, the 5th Detachment of Ships of the USSR Navy, consisting of 153 units with a total number of personnel of 12,632 people, was mainly based in Alaska in Coal Bay, where they had little communication only with American military personnel, since in the named base there was no civilian population. To ensure the security of the 5th Detachment of Navy ships, a counterintelligence department was formed from among the employees of the Smersh RD of the Pacific Fleet. The 5th Detachment of Naval ships spent 6 months in American ports where ships purchased from the United States were received. During this time, Soviet counterintelligence officers obtained materials about the activities of American naval intelligence in studying and recruiting Soviet military personnel, for which they widely used agents from among Russian immigrants. Naval counterintelligence officers repeatedly informed the command of the 5th Detachment of Navy ships about the identified facts of the decommissioning of ships, prepared for acceptance and delays in handing them over to the Soviet command. In the process of counterintelligence work, it was established that the Americans installed inferior equipment on the ships transferred to the USSR. In particular, new radar installations were replaced by outdated types of radar. 537 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14 Op. 6 D 215, L. 223-228. The presence of this information made it possible to present serious criticisms to U.S. representatives and achieve their elimination, although sometimes not fully. In addition, 1,500 military personnel from the Pacific Fleet were part of the armed teams on the ships of the Far Eastern Shipping Company in the ports of the USA, Great Britain and Canada. In the field of view of the Pacific Fleet there were persons who had connections with employees of the American consulate in Vladivostok, the Rock of the Pacific Fleet and its subordinate counterintelligence bodies. Out of the total number of naval servicemen who went abroad on business trips, 8,524 people in the first half of 1946 identified 176 people who had suspicious connections with foreigners, of which 26 servicemen were studied by the fleet's counterintelligence in order to establish their character. Connections of Soviet sailors with employees of American intelligence services. 5 people were studied on forms. 2 people were studied on registration and observation cases. 19 people were studied on preliminary intelligence cases. 538. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1319. L. 252-253. In 1946, the Pacific Fleet checked several naval personnel as American intelligence agents. For example, the commander of the BC-1 TSCH-14 of the Sakhalin military flotilla, a lieutenant of the Federal Defense Forces, was checked, who during 1941-1943 as a military assistant on the steamer Berea, repeatedly visited the ports of the USA and England. In the port of California, FSS lived in a hotel for a long time, established a close relationship with the hotel owner, Russian immigrant Maltananov, repeatedly visited his apartment and drank alcohol together. The FSB made anti-Soviet statements, spoke negatively about the actions of the Soviet command in the occupied territory of Germany, and praised living conditions in the USA. 539. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 4. Op. 4. D. 1319. L. 253-254. Roxmarsh VMB was suspected of having connections with American intelligence services flag navigator over O Naval Base Senior Lieutenant ZMV, who in October 1943, while in the American port of Portland as a military assistant to the captain of the steamer Shellen, had close ties with the American intelligence officer Miracle. In addition, ZMV in Portland visited members of the local Russian-American Society. ZMV carried out anti-Soviet agitation, praised living conditions in the USA, showed dissatisfaction with the Soviet system and the policies of the Communist Party, expressed tendencies towards organized anti-Soviet activity. 540. Ibid. L. 254-255. Another object of inspection was the navigator deviator of the Pacific Fleet Hydro Department, Senior Lieutenant Mam, who, while on a business trip to Miami, USA, from September 1943 to February 1945, had extensive contacts with Americans and Russian immigrants from among the White Guards, visited their apartments and maintained written contact with some of them. Mam's closest connections were American intelligence officers Smolyanov, Peterson and Gessen. In April 1945, Mam returned to Vladivostok, where he met the secretary of the American Naval Attaché in Vladivostok, Matusis, who was being investigated by counterintelligence officers of the Primorsky territory on suspicion of espionage activities. Through Matusis, Mam met the U.S. Naval Attaché in Vladivostok, RUD, and other consulate employees. 541. Ibid. L. 255-256. The 1st Department of the Smersh Rock of the Pacific Fleet checked the Deputy Commander of the coastal base of the 72nd Emergency Rescue Detachment of the Pacific Fleet for Political Affairs, Senior Lieutenant LPV, who, while in 1945 as part of the team of the 32nd Minesweeper Detachment in Canada, established contacts with employees Canadian and American intelligence services by Junior Lieutenant Grum, previously in the USSR under the name Gromov and was deported to the USA, Senior Lieutenant Shro and Lieutenant Baikatov, to whom they blurted out a number of data concerning the service of Soviet officers. In the city of Toronto, LPV visited the houses of Russian immigrants, drank with Canadian citizens, and offered them his services to transmit letters to recipients living in the USSR. On the night of April 13, 1946, the LP visited the dormitory of the American consulate in Vladivostok, from where at 3 o'clock in the morning he was taken out in a state of severe intoxication by the consulate officers. 542 KFSB of Russia, F4, Op 4, D, 1319, L, 256-257. RD Smersh SGVMB checked the commander of the 17th Separate Minesweeper Division, Lieutenant Commander Imp, who in 1941-1943 was a military assistant on the Tobal steamship, and repeatedly visited the United States, where he communicated with American citizens and visited their apartments. While serving in the Pacific Fleet, the Imp carried out anti-Soviet agitation, praising living conditions in the USA and American bourgeois democracy. 543 IBED, L. 257-258, an officer of the Combat Training Department of the headquarters of the BMP Pacific Fleet, Captain 3rd Rank MVN, was checked by the 1st Department of the Smersh Rock of the BMP Pacific Fleet for possible connections with American intelligence. MVN, while on a business trip to receive warships in San Francisco, met and maintained contacts with American citizens suspected of belonging to American intelligence, blurted out to them information constituting a military secret. 544 IBED, L. 258-259. The second group of Pacific Fleet servicemen, who were in the field of view of the fleet's counterintelligence, were registered as persons who, while staying in foreign ports, compromised themselves through connections with foreign nationals. Military personnel assigned to this group of people were specially registered due to the fact that they maintained contacts with foreigners, visited their apartments, drank with foreigners, but no foreign intelligence officers were identified among their connections. That is why they were registered, but no verification measures were carried out. During the military campaign in the east, the enemy Kwantung army in Manchuria was defeated. Japan lost the largest military industrial base on the Asian mainland and a strong army. Soviet troops expelled the Japanese from Manchuria and Korea, South Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands. Japan lost all the military bases and bridgeheads that it was preparing against the USSR. She was unable to conduct an armed struggle. On September 2, 1945, the Act of Unconditional Surrender of Japan was signed, marking the end of World War I. The Supreme Commander of the Allied Forces in the Southwest Pacific, Army General D. MacArthur, accepted the formal surrender of Japan on board the American aircraft carrier Missouri. From the Soviet Union, the act was signed by Lieutenant General K.N. Derevianko. On September 3, a decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR was adopted, declaring this date as Victory Day over militaristic Japan. For military merits, 19 ships, units, and formations of the Pacific Fleet were awarded guards ranks, 13 were given honorary titles, and 16 were awarded orders. More than 30,000 Pacific Islanders were awarded orders and medals. 43 were awarded the title of Hero of the Soviet Union. In 1965, the Pacific Fleet was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. 545 Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 429. Chapter 11. Counterintelligence of Sea, Lake and River Fleet is with the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. The Red Banner, Amur, Danube, Pinsk and Caspian flotillas that were part of the USSR Navy were mobilized and deployed in accordance with wartime standards. However, during the fighting, the need arose to create new corresponding naval formations on the frontline rivers and lakes. As a result, the White Sea, Volga, Dnieper, Ilmen, Ladoga, Volga and Pipus military flotillas arose, the main combat core of which was the armed vessels of the civilian transport fleet. Azov military flotilla. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War in July 1941, the Azov military flotilla (AF) was formed from the mobilized ships of the Azov Black Sea Shipping Company, consisting of a division of gunboats, 3 units, a division of minesweeper patrol ships, 5 units, a detachment of patrol boats and cutters minesweepers, 8 units. Subsequently, the composition of the flotilla changed. The main base of the flotilla was Mariupol. The maneuver bases were Berdyansk, Yeisk, Rostov-on-Don, Primorsko-Akhtarsk. On August 27, 1941, by order of the People's Commissar of the Navy, the separate Don detachment of the Azov military flotilla, Commander First Rank Captain S.F. Belisov, was formed, consisting of a division of river gunboats and a division of river patrol boats, 4 and 8 units from the ships of the Don Cuban River Shipping Company, 8 armored boats and 9 half-gliders. The 48th Separate Artillery Division, Coastal Battery No. 661, Armored Train No. 10 for the Motherland, and a machine gun company. The headquarters of a separate Don detachment was located in Azov. The city itself was designated as Maneuver Base No. 3 of the AF. Units of the separate Don detachment were based in Azov and Rostov-on-Don. The detachment's maneuver bases were Kalak, Kamenskaya and Semelianskaya. 546 Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 453, Livensev DV. Actions of the Don detachment of the Azov military flotilla, 1941-1942. Battles on the Don, from Voronezh to Stalingrad, 1942-1943. Proceedings of the International Scientific Conference, Voronezh, 2014, p. 237. In September 1941, the separate Don detachment became part of the Azov military flotilla. In October 1941, military operations began in the lower reaches of the Don River. Units of the Azov military flotilla, gunboats, patrol ships, repelled attacks during the assault on Taganrog by German troops. Ships and marine units of the Azov flotilla provided effective support to units of the 56th Separate Army, part of the Primorsky Operational Group, in the lower reaches of the Don. The Azov military flotilla, operationally subordinate to the Caucasian Front, together with the troops and air force of the front, the forces of the Black Sea Fleet, participated in the Kirk Feodosia landing operation, December 25, 1941, January 2, 1942, carried out with the aim of capturing the Kirk Peninsula and diverting enemy forces from Sevastopol and creating conditions for the liberation of Crimea. 250 ships and vessels were involved in the operation, which provided an amphibious landing to capture the northeastern coast of the Kirk Peninsula and the city of Feodosia, and also provided fire support with naval artillery fire. In April-May 1942, a separate Don detachment of ships of the Azov flotilla, operationally subordinate to the Southern Front, provided fire support to the 56th Army, transported troops and military equipment near Taganrog and at the mouth of the Don. On April 21, 1942, the AF was included in the forces of the North Caucasus direction, and on May 19 it was subordinated to the North Caucasus Front. On July 17, the Front Command set the following tasks for the flotilla: to defend the mouth of the Don with the forces of the separate Don detachment, to block its mouth, leaving fairways for the passage of flotilla ships, providing fire support to the Rostov fortified area, to assist the troops of the 56th Army in the Taganrog direction. At the mouth of the Don in the Azov region, the forces of the flotilla were concentrated, consisting of 3 gunboats, 1 monitor, 4 armored boats, 2 divisions of patrol boats, armored train No. 10 for the Motherland. A few days later, the flotilla forces found themselves in the center of intense hostilities as the enemy, developing an offensive, reached the Don on July 21 and 2 days later broke through the front of the 56th Army. During these days, 3 armored boats and 4 patrol ships of the flotilla ensured the crossing of Soviet troops near the village of Konstantinovskaya and the departure of civilian ships from the Seversky Donets, and covered the crossing of troops of the southern front to the left bank of the Don. Marines, with the support of ships of the separate Don detachment, fought for populated areas on the banks of the Don and Mali Don. The detachment's armored boats, together with units of the 12th Army, fought defensive battles. After leaving the Monichanskaya and Salsk stations, the crews blew up their boats and departed for Krasnodar 547. The Great Patriotic War, Day After Day Marine Collection, 1992, No. 7, p. 2628, Live and Save DV. Actions of the Don Detachment of the Azov Military Flotilla, 1941-1942. Battles on the Don, from Voronezh to Stalingrad, 1942-1943. Proceedings of the International Scientific Conference, Voronezh, 2014, p. 239. After leaving Azov on July 28, the ships of the separate Don detachment moved to Yeisk. On August 2, the personnel of the separate Don detachment arrived in Krasnodar and joined the separate Cuban detachment. In September 1942, the Azov military flotilla was disbanded, and its ships and units were included in the Novorossiysk defensive region. In February 1943, the Azov military flotilla was formed again. Its ships disrupted enemy sea communications and landed troops. The forces of the Azov military flotilla participated in the Kirk-Eltagen landing operation, carried out from October 31 to December 11, 1943 by the troops of the North Caucasus Front, 56th Army, 18th Army, 4th Air Army, and the forces of the Black Sea Fleet. Vice Admiral L.A. Vladimirsky, with the goal of capturing the eastern part of the Kirk Peninsula and creating conditions for the liberation of Crimea. 278 ships and vessels took part in the operation. The landing of auxiliary troops, 318th Infantry Division and 255th Marine Brigade, was carried out in the Eltagen area in stormy weather. The bridgehead at Eltagen was blocked by the main enemy forces but was held by Soviet troops until December 7, which allowed the main landing forces to successfully land northeast of Kirk and capture an important bridgehead, which was held until the start of the Crimean Operation, April 8-May 12, 1944, in which the forces of the Azov military flotilla also participated. In April 1944, on the basis of the Azov military flotilla, the Danube military flotilla was created. 548. During the Great Patriotic War, the Azov military flotilla was commanded by A.P. Alexandrov and S.G. Gorshkov. C. Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 453. Red Banner Hammer Military Flotilla. Throughout the Great Patriotic War, the Red Banner Hammer Military Flotilla (CAV) carried out military service in the Far East. 549. Hammer Military Flotilla, first created in 1900 to defend the border zone and ensure transportation and communications along the river. Hammer, recreated in the 20s, participated in the fight against the interventionists and White Guards. From 1926 to 1931 it was called the Far Eastern Flotilla. Participated in the 1945 war with Japan. The flotilla was awarded the Order of the Red Banner in 1930. Disbanded. By the beginning of the war with Japan in 1945, the flotilla consisted of 8 monitors, 11 gunboats, 52 armored boats, 12 minesweepers, 36 minesweepers and 7 mine boats. 550. Great Patriotic War 1941-1945. Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 49. Since the treacherous attack of Germany on the Soviet Union, the flotilla has been carrying out tasks to ensure the security of the Soviet Far Eastern borders in connection with the intensification of attempts at aggression from Japan. In the initial period of the Great Patriotic War, part of the personnel of the Amur military flotilla was sent to the west to staff active fleets and flotillas as well as naval rifle brigades. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Special Department of the NKVD flotilla took measures to provide counterintelligence support for the activities of vulnerable facilities, flotilla headquarters, formation headquarters, code posts, SNIS posts, ammunition and weapons depots. Since the flotilla was intensively replenished with mobilized vessels of the Amur River Shipping Company, counterintelligence officers were tasked with checking the condition of these vessels. In connection with the sending of part of the flotilla personnel to the active army and navy, measures were taken to suppress desertion and self-harm of military personnel in order to avoid being sent to the front. The highest number of cases of desertion and self-harm occurred in 1940 to 1943, when 35 arrests were made. The work of counterintelligence officers in this area was carried out by identifying, including using operational investigative methods, persons expressing such intentions as well as the circumstances and reasons contributing to desertion. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers identified and targeted individuals expressing terrorist intentions. Terrorist threats were also understood as threats that arose in the flotilla due to the distortion of disciplinary practices, the soulless and formal attitude towards the needs of personnel on the part of individual commanders. In such cases, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers informed the command of units and formations to take proactive measures. If, after a detailed and in-depth study, the actual fact of preparation of terrorist actions was revealed, then the suspect was arrested and investigative actions were carried out against him. 551 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 334, L. 13. In order for the command of the flotilla units to promptly respond to information received from counterintelligence agencies, especially about the negative sentiments of military personnel and civilian personnel, the prerequisites for the occurrence of emergency incidents, the military council of the CAF was systematically informed about these facts. During the war period 1941-1945, 109 special messages were sent to the military council of the CAF on issues of the political and moral state of the flotilla personnel, facts of distortion of disciplinary practices, shortcomings in combat training, violations of the orders of the NKVMF on the conduct of secret records, as well as facts of disclosure of military secrets. Due to such facts as loss of vigilance, negligent attitude towards storing documents, creating preconditions for their loss and disclosure of military secrets, the Military Council of the CAF held an extended meeting, to which commanders of units and formations of the flotilla were invited. Based on its results, the commander of the Amur military flotilla issued an order to impose disciplinary sanctions on a number of commanders who committed violations, and the direct culprits were put on trial by a military tribunal. 552 Ibid. L. 4144. In 1943, as new reinforcements arrived in the flotilla unit from among those drafted from the previously occupied territories of the USSR, this contingent was taken into special account and developed in order to identify enemy agents, traitors and accomplices. By the beginning of the war with Japan in 1945, the Amur Red Banner military flotilla consisted of 8 monitors, 11 gunboats, 52 armored boats, 12 minesweepers, 36 minesweepers and 7 mine boats. 553 Naval Dictionary, M. 1989, p. 453. Having begun hostilities on the night of August 9, the ships of the flotilla provided operational transportation, landings, crossing the Amur, Ushri and Sangari. Together with units of the 1st and 2nd Far Eastern Fronts, the forces of the Amur military flotilla took part in the hostilities to capture the cities of Aigan, Fujin, and Harbin. Employees of the flotilla's counterintelligence units SMERSH took part in combat operations and provided counterintelligence support for combat operations of ships and units of the COF. In the process of conducting counterintelligence work, it was taken into account that on the territory and in the naval bases of Manchuria, Japanese intelligence created a widely branched network of agents which had reconnaissance and sabotage missions. As units and ships of the flotilla advanced to the Japanese river bases on the territory of Manchuria, the formed operational groups of the SMERSH Rock of the CAV, which had materials and documents on the activities of Japanese intelligence, were sent along with the advanced units. Based on the situation and data known to the task forces about the activities of Japanese intelligence and counterintelligence agencies in these bases, flotilla operatives had the task of detaining and arresting individuals involved in Japanese intelligence. In addition, the tasks of the task forces included the identification and arrest of active figures and leaders of immigrant organizations, traitors to the motherland, as well as the search and seizure of documents and archives of operational interest. 554 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 334, L. 1819. In the river base of Jiamusai. 555 Jiamusai is a city in the northeastern part of China on the river Songwu in Heilongjiang province. Large river port. It borders in the northeast with the Jewish Autonomous Region, in the east with the Khabarovsk territory. In the status of a city since 1937, the task force focused on detaining employees of the local Japanese military mission (IFM). As a result of operational activities, including the use of agents from local residents, 12 people involved in Japanese intelligence agencies were arrested. In addition, there were 4 detained from among the overseas agents of the UNGB of the Khabarovsk territory, recruited by the Japanese and transferred to settle in Manchuria in 1940. 1944. 556 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 334, L. 1920. Based on the data received from the detainees, operatives compiled lists of persons involved in the intelligence and counterintelligence agencies of Japan to guide their further search and detention. For the same purposes, the task force began to use some of the detainees as identification agents and, with their help, arrested a number of Japanese agents and clarified the possible places of stay in Harbin of other persons who fled from Jiamusai and were identified as having testified. Some of the identification agents were sent to the flotilla task force operating in Harbin for use in the search. The Harbin operational group of the SMERSH of the CAF, with the help of an identification agent detained one of the activists of the Russian Fascist Union, who was an employee of the main Japanese military mission. Using his testimony, it was possible to detain several more mission employees in hot pursuit. Thanks to the measures taken and the use of identification agents as well as information obtained after reviewing the captured documents, 50 agents and official employees of Japanese intelligence were identified and arrested in Harbin. In addition, the task force at the Sangari 2 station arrested the entire leadership of the so-called Russian military detachment and seized its archive. Counterintelligence officers managed to detain 15 traitors to the motherland from among former servicemen of the Red Army and border troops, as well as 2 people who fled to Manchuria from places of detention on the territory of the USSR. 557 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 334, L. 2428. In connection with received information that the Japanese were urgently destroying archives, measures were taken to seize documents of interest. After the end of the Great Patriotic War, a report on the work done was compiled in the SMERSH Rock of the Amur military flotilla. The report noted that during the operational search work, the archive of the Japanese advisor to the Sangari River flotilla was discovered and confiscated. Some of these materials were processed and used in the operational search process. Thanks to these materials, it was possible to detain intelligence and counterintelligence officers of the Sangari flotilla, the deputy head of the department and one of his predecessors. Using the testimony of the detainees as well as translated archive materials about the intelligence and counterintelligence activities of the Sangari flotilla, noteworthy data were obtained. In the process of studying and analyzing the partially preserved correspondence of the Japanese military mission, it was possible to discover a record of an instruction from the 2nd Department of the Kuantang Army Headquarters to the head of the YAVM about the nature of the reconnaissance operation against the USSR. Based on the testimony of detained Japanese intelligence agents as well as traitors to the motherland from among Soviet citizens and an analysis of the contents of discovered records and archival documents of Japanese intelligence, a review of the activities of Japanese military missions in Manchuria was prepared. During a detailed inspection of the premises occupied by the Japanese naval mission in Harbin, pieces of copy paper with imprinted texts and several business cards were discovered. Analysis of the recovered texts made it possible to compile a list of the mission's officers as well as to restore the texts of 2 reports from agents of the Japanese military mission which reported on the political situation and sentiments of the population of Harbin in connection with the offensive of the Red Army. Using operational capabilities, employees of the Smersh flotilla received operational information and seized part of the archive of the Ukrainian national colony in Harbin, as well as a secret brochure published by the research department of the Japanese embassy in Manchuria entitled Issues of Russian Emigration, dated February 1945. Based on the collected operational and investigative materials about the composition of the Russian colony, the activities of Russian immigrants in the Rock Flotilla, a review was prepared. Activities of Russian immigrants in Manchuria 558, Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 334, L. 2932. As a result of the operational search work carried out by the Smersh Rock of the CAV in the naval bases of Manchuria, 155 people were detained, including 69 employees of the Japanese Special Services, 18 traitors to the motherland, 5 leaders of immigrant organizations. In addition, 6 former overseas agents recruited by Japanese intelligence officers and preparing to be transferred to the territory of the USSR were transferred to the in the Khabarovsk territory. After carrying out the necessary measures, some of the detainees were transferred to the operational groups of the Smersh NPO, border troops and the Smersh of the 1st Far Eastern Front. After filtering, 44 people from among the detainees were released due to the insignificance of the charged crime, old age and the length of time of the crime committed. 559, IBED, L. 32-33. In total, counterintelligence officers of the Amur military flotilla for the period 1941-1945, including the results of the work of task forces in Manchuria, arrested 230 people on suspicion of committing various crimes, of which, for working in the interests of German intelligence, 2. Japanese intelligence 73, Japanese intelligence agents and officials. Traitors to the motherland 29, leading figures of anti-Soviet formations and organizations 5, for desertion and attempted desertion 17, for self-mutilation with the aim of evading military service 18, for preparing terrorist acts against officers 7, for anti-Soviet and defeatist agitation 76, for other military crimes 3 people. 560, Khristoforov vs. Cheripkov P. Claudiu, together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 213. White Sea Military Flotilla. The White Sea Military Flotilla was formed in August 1941 from the White Sea Naval Base of the Northern Fleet to protect communications in the White Sea, the eastern part of the Barents Sea and the western sector of the Arctic. The White Sea Military Flotilla included a division of destroyers and patrol ships, a division of minlayers, a minesweeping brigade, the White Sea Coastal Defense Sector, the Ayakansk Naval Base, etc. 3 destroyers, 1 net and 2 minlayers, 17 patrol ships, 20 minesweepers, 35 patrol boats, 15 minesweepers, 5 river minesweepers, 2 icebreakers, 7 icebreaking steamships, 5 ambulances, 3 floating bases and 2 rescue vessels. The main base of the flotilla was Arkhangelsk. To defend the Karagate, Yugorsky shower straits, ports and polar stations. At the end of August 1941, the northern detachment of the flotilla, bases Amsterdam and Dixon Island, was created, which, along with patrol ships and coastal batteries, included an air group and a detachment of icebreakers. Subsequently, in connection with the expansion of the operational zone, the Novozemlya in Belashia Bay 1942 and Karskaya, Dixon Island 1944 naval bases were formed as part of the White Sea Military Flotilla. During the Great Patriotic War, the White Sea Military Flotilla provided escort for over 2,500 transports. In April 1945, the flotilla was disbanded. 561 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 Encyclopedia M. 1985 p. 83 Naval Dictionary M. 1989 p. 454 Volga Military Flotilla. The Volga Military Flotilla traces its history back to the flotilla of the same name, created in June 1918, base in Nizhny Novgorod. In July 1919, the Volga Military Flotilla was merged with the Astrakhan-Caspian Military Flotilla into the Volga-Caspian Military Flotilla. At the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the situation required the organization of a military flotilla on the Volga. The first step towards the creation of a military flotilla on the Volga was the decision of the State Defense Committee of July 16, 1941 on the creation of a training detachment of ships UAC with the aim of training personnel for all active fleets and flotillas of the USSR Navy and, if necessary, conducting combat operations on river communications. The formation of the detachment immediately came under the control of the counterintelligence of this river formation, and already on August 22, 1941, a message from the head of the 3rd Department of the UAC, Regimental Commissar IL, left Stalingrad for Moscow, Mashlenko, about the unsatisfactory state of affairs. According to the People's Commissar's Order No. 00203, the deadline for the formation of the training detachment was set on August 1, 1941. The actual situation is on August 18 of this year is presented in the following form. Over vessels, logistics agencies and units, SNIS posts, a floating communications center, a naval semi-crew and the 2nd detachment of armored boats are at the stage of formation. The formation of the 3rd detachment of armored boats, the 1st, 2nd and 3rd minesweeper detachments and a number of rear units has not begun. 45% of the command staff, or 123 people, did not arrive by August 1. There was a particularly large percentage of understaffing among the political staff. The base for combat and technical equipment of ships, their special supply and repair has not been created, since the material resources for this have not yet been delivered. The sending of large and small depth charges to the training detachment was at least not thought out, since they cannot be used in river conditions, and therefore there is no need to remove several hundred of them from the active naval fleet. The situation with the provision of communications equipment to the training detachment is unsatisfactory. Due to the low level of organization and material security, the combat readiness of the training detachment did not meet the requirements. The detachment could not carry out the tasks assigned to it. To ensure the timely completion of combat missions, it was necessary to staff the training detachment with commanders and provide all the necessary material support items, weapons, communications equipment, ammunition, etc. Accelerate the equipment and re-equipment of ships. 562 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, up to D. 121, L. 12. Divisional Commissioner I received materials from the Volga about the state of the UAC. Petrov immediately reported to the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy NG. Kuznetsov, one of the flotilla's counterintelligence documents dated September 5, 1941, based on the opinion of a naval specialist, reported that the USSR did not have a clear, specific mission. The very name of the naval organization as the training detachment of ships raised certain doubts and was called not entirely successful encryption. According to experts, the USSR was essentially a military flotilla designed to solve combat missions in the Volga Basin system. It was necessary to prepare for this task, to pay all attention to this, to direct all efforts as to the main and most important task, since time does not wait. The USSR does not yet have such a task, and if it is given late, then this delay may lead the flotilla to be unprepared to solve the task assigned to it. Whether or not the enemy is allowed to reach the banks of the Volga, all the same, this defensive bridgehead must be prepared now. Therefore, it is necessary to begin developing an operational plan for the defense of the Volga Basin now, to provide the flotilla with the necessary organization, material resources and make it fully capable of solving certain combat missions. 563, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklov U. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, S. 185-187. In September 1941, naval counterintelligence officers noted shortcomings in the conduct of secret office work, gross violations in the storage of secret documents, their loss, in particular the disappearance of 3 pages of a secret order on the personnel of the USSR, the creation of preconditions for the disclosure of state secrets. The USSR command was promptly informed about the shortcomings in conducting secret paperwork, but real measures to streamline this work were taken only after an investigation into the loss of pages of the secret order. The situation with the organization of the activities of the USSR remained virtually unchanged in September 1941. This is evidenced by another alarming message sent to Moscow about the state of the detachment and proposals for eliminating shortcomings. 1. Give the training detachment at least those ships that are provided for by NKVMF Order No. 00203 to ensure the correct organization of combat training of the headquarters as a combat command and control body. 2. Reconsider the issue of the number of ships in the flotilla. They need to be increased, especially gunboats, their armament, survivability and equipment. 3. Provide the training detachment with the required weapons and ammunition. 4. Give the detachment an operational task and demand that its commander mobilize the detachment's personnel to carry out the assigned task. 564 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Up to D. 121. L. 1314. In August 1941, naval counterintelligence officers signaled a mine danger on the Volga. Based on the data received from the Special Department of the Training Detachment, the Transport Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR informed the Deputy Head of the UU NKVD of the USSR Sr. Milstein that the fight against enemy aircraft, as well as the protection of the fleet from mines dropped by the enemy from aircraft, are poorly organized. Trawling the river fairway Volga was produced unsatisfactorily. The command stated that it was helpless to fight the new types of mines dropped by the Germans. The NKVD too asked Milstein to personally take measures to influence the relevant authorities of the People's Commissariat of Military and Marines in strengthening the protection of the river fleet from enemy aircraft and timely cleansing of the riverbed, Volga from enemy mines. 565 IBED, Op. 4, D. 1104, L. 8. The deterioration of the situation at the fronts prompted the leadership of the NKVMF in October 1941 to form the Volga Military Flotilla (VVF) base in Ulyanovsk from the ships of the training detachment and mobilized ships of the Volga River shipping companies. The flotilla was tasked with assisting ground forces and ensuring the defense of strategic water communications. All organizational measures were supposed to be completed by April 1, 1942. In July 1942, the Air Force had 7 gunboats, 14 armored boats, 33 minesweepers, 2 floating anti-aircraft batteries, a railway battery and 2 marine battalions. The flotilla carried out trawling mines laid by enemy aircraft on the Volga from Astrakhan to Saratov, escorted caravans and individual ships with military and national economic cargo. 566. The Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 171. During the Battle of Stalingrad, from July 24, 1942 to the end of January 1943, the VVF, consisting of the 1st and 2nd Brigades of river ships, was operationally subordinated to the commander of the troops of the Stalingrad front. The ships of the flotilla provided artillery support to the ground forces of the front, landed troops, and ensured the transportation of troops and cargo across the Volga within the city and in the 57th 57th Army, 1st Formation, Operational Military Formation, Combined Arms Army of the Red Army, created on 10/27/1941 on the basis of a directive from the Supreme Command Headquarters dated 10/22/1941 in the North Caucasus Military District in the Stalingrad region. Until January 10, 1942 it was in reserve, then included in the Southern Front, and took part in the Barvenkovo-Lozovskaya and Kharkov operations. From 11/19/1942 as part of the strike group of the Stalingrad and then the Don fronts. 02/01/1943 was transferred to the reserve of the Supreme Command Headquarters. The army troops were transferred to other armies and the field control was renamed the Field Control of the 68th Army. Composition: 6 rifle divisions, 2 cavalry divisions, air units, and 64th Army's 568, 64th Army Operational Military Formation, Combined Arms Army of the Red Army, formed on 07/10/1942 on the basis of a directive from the VGL headquarters dated 07/09/1942 on the basis of the 1st Reserve Army. 07/12/1942 included in the Stalingrad front. She took an active part in the defense of Stalingrad from 01/01/1943 as part of the Don front. On 03/01/1943 transferred to the Voronezh front. 05/01/1943 transformed into the 7th Guards Army. Composition: 6 rifle divisions, 2 naval rifle brigades, 2 tank brigades. Military school cadets carried out mine and air defense of water transportation along the Volga. The flotilla's forces entered the war in August 1942 when German troops reached the Volga near Stalingrad, and the water communication from Kubyshev to Astrakhan found itself in the zone of enemy aviation. At the height of the fighting in Stalingrad, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers waged a tough fight against deserters and alarmists, using such extreme measures as execution on the spot. On October 12, 1942, in front of the formation of sailors of the 1st Brigade of Armored Boats by order of the Special Department of the Air Force, 3 sailors of this unit were shot. The investigation established that on October 9, 1942, 3 crew members of Armored Boat No. 31 escaped from the stricken ship, abandoning their weapons and leaving without help. Wounded soldiers and commanders evacuated women and children, most of whom died. 569. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 189. During the Battle of Stalingrad, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers took part in patrolling the territory of ship firing positions and raids to detain suspicious persons. As a result, 188 people were detained and filtered by officers of the NKVD flotilla, of which 149 deserters, 11 who arrived from the occupied territories, 28 suspicious elements. All of them were transferred to the barrage detachments and operational groups of the 57th and 64th NKVD OOTH armies. During the period from August 20, 1942 to August 20, 1943, 38 people deserted from the flotilla units, of whom 21 were searched and arrested. An analysis of the state of internal and naval service in flotilla units carried out by counterintelligence officers showed that the reasons that gave rise to and contributed to desertion were lack of knowledge by commanders of various levels, junior commanders, unit commanders, as well as commanders of units, ships and their deputies in political affairs, their subordinates, the unsatisfactory state of the organization of service in units and on ships, weak political and educational work to explain military crimes, including desertion, untimely suppression of attempts at desertion by the command of individual units, subunits, ships, and in some cases concealment of the facts of desertion, careless storage of forms, stamps, seals in separate parts, lack of systematic control and verification of employees of secret units and the documentation contained in them. 570 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 36, L. 460-461. On August 20, 1943, at a meeting of the heads of special departments of the brigades of the Volga military flotilla, practical issues were considered to prevent desertion, strengthen operational work in this sector, and more thoroughly study the personnel, especially newly arriving reinforcements. Relevant measures were carried out through the command of the flotilla and ship brigades. One of the areas of activity of the flotilla's counterintelligence officers was the fight against banditry. Thus, in a report from the Special Department of the Air Force on November 5, 1942, it was reported that the Special Department of the NKVD of the 2nd Brigade of Riverboats (BRK) detained and transferred to the RO NKVD two bandit groups. On October 14, 1942, a bandit group of 5 people was detained, which carried out an armed raid on a collective farm herd. The note reported that on September 6, a group of armed Kalmyks was detained, which had captured 4,000 heads of cattle near the crossing of the river Volga and tried to drive them into the steppe. To detain the Kalmyks, operatives of the NKVD of the 2nd Brigade organized a chase after them, in which 21 Red Navy men of the 146th Company took part. The cattle were captured and 2 Kalmyks were detained. 571 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 192. On November 6, 1941, parts of the flotilla, according to the order of the People's Commissariat of the USSR Navy, moved to the place of new quartering, the backwaters on the Volga Kryushi and Novodovichi. As counterintelligence officers noted, the organization of the transition by the fleet headquarters was not sufficiently thought out, and mainly the loading of property and food into barges occurred uncontrollably, and the command did not assign responsible persons for the progress and quality of loading. The flotilla command did not take into account that the time of relocation was the month of November. The appearance of ice and the cessation of navigation did not take proper measures. Additional lining of the barges and the landing stage, as a result of which, along the route the barge and the landing stage had ice from 3 to 7 holes, which led to flooding of the holds and damage to property and food. Political and educational work was not carried out during the transition, with the exception of random information from the Information Bureau reports. In connection with the quartering of personnel and families of commanders in private collective farm apartments, we have planned a massive acquisition of agents from the environment. We carry out this work in close contact with the local regional department of the NKVD 572 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 2, D. 173, L. 1930-35. During this period, the operational services of the 3rd Department of the Air Force included 6 brigades of river ships, 2 rear bases and the Navy Air Defense School. Winter period 1941-1942 cannot be called successful in conducting combat training of the flotilla. As counterintelligence officers noted, distance from the front, rear laxity, equipment mothballed for the winter and a number of other factors seriously influenced the condition of the flotilla as a combat unit of the USSR Navy. The report of the 3rd Counterintelligence Department of the WWF on operational search work at the facilities of the Volga military flotilla in June-December 1941 noted that after the relocation of the flotilla from Stalingrad to a new cantonment site, a number of significant shortcomings were revealed in the condition of the ships and units. Combat training in the units was at a low level. Combat training plans were not followed. Most of the time, the flotilla personnel were engaged in household work. The personnel of the flotilla units studied personal weapons poorly and were uncertain in their use of them. The document emphasized that on December 6 on the gunboat Shkurs 573, Shkurs is a gunboat of the Volga military flotilla, a former wheel-tuck steamer of the Middle Volga River Shipping Company, built in 1935 at the Krasny Metallist plant in Zelenodolsk. As part of the flotilla from 10/27/1941, 11/06/1943 it was disarmed, excluded from the lists of the WWF and transferred to the Middle Volga River Shipping Company. In 1959, it was excluded from the lists of the fleet and transferred to Glavturkermet for cutting into metal. Displacement 400 tons, length 56 m, speed 9-10 knots. According to the plan, it was planned to conduct combat exercises for 2 hours and rifle tactical training for 4 hours. The classes were disrupted due to the personnel being busy on a piece of ice around the ship. No classes were conducted in the specialty with the personnel of the SNIS post. Naval counterintelligence officers noted that during combat training, a completely unnoticeable role is played by the junior command staff, this golden fund of the Red Army. The education of junior commanders was poor. Therefore, as a result, many junior commanders not only did not set an example for ordinary soldiers but were themselves violators of military discipline. In addition, according to counterintelligence officers, party political work on ships and in units of the flotilla did not meet the increased demands of fighters and commanders. Regarding the facts of anti-Soviet statements by individual servicemen of the flotilla, their immoral acts as well as shortcomings in the conduct of party political work, the unsatisfactory state of combat readiness of ships and units, shortcomings in medical, sanitary and laundry facilities for personnel, the 3rd Department of the Air Force informed the command of the Flotilla 574 archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 2, D. 173, L. 5462. At the beginning of January 1942, the 3rd Department of the Air Force prepared a memorandum on the state of combat training of units and ships of the 3rd Brigade of the Volga military flotilla, based in the villages of Novodevichy and Podvalsky Zotan, in which it outlined the main shortcomings in the combat training of the brigade forces, the shortcomings of the party, political work and logistics. 575 IBED, L. 4353. In January 1943, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers informed the Directorate of Special Departments about the negative practice of warships being parked and shortcomings in combat training. In November 1942, the Commission of the Office of Special Departments of the NKVD conducted an inspection of the state of investigative work of the Special Department of the WWF. As a result of the study of all investigative cases, 43 investigative cases for 66 people, processed by the Special Department of the Flotilla, facts of unfounded arrests, violations of the terms of the investigation, arrests without the sanction of the prosecutor, and poor quality of interrogations of witnesses were revealed. As stated in the memo addressed to V.S. Abakumov. According to the results of the audit, the low quality of investigative work both in the special department of the flotilla and in peripheral bodies is also explained by the fact that the investigators have no experience at all in investigative work and replace them with experienced special officers who have proven themselves in investigative work. Due to their lack, it doesn't seem possible. 576 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru, together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 194. Interesting in this regard is the order of the head of the Smershrak of the Air Force, Lieutenant Colonel A.D. Kovalev, dated October 20, 1943 No. 108, on the imposition of a disciplinary sanction on the head of the Smershrak of the 2nd Minesweeper Brigade of the Air Force, who groundlessly arrested a Red Navy man of the brigade and conducted an investigation against him in violation of established requirements. For a frivolous attitude towards the arrest of the Red Navy man, the unreasonable execution of this arrest, as well as for a gross violation of the instructions of the head of the Smershrak of the Air Force on this issue, the head of the Smershrak of the 2nd Battalion of the Air Force was severely reprimanded with a warning. All the heads of the peripheral bodies of the Smersh WWF were warned that if such unfounded and frivolous arrests are repeated or similar investigative cases are initiated, the perpetrators will be brought to the strictest responsibility, even to the point of legal action. In 1943, the flotilla was completely focused on ensuring the activities of the Volga water communication, through which 7 million tons of petroleum products alone were delivered for the needs of the front and industry of the country. In 1940-1943, the WWF lost 2 gunboats, 5 armored boats, 18 minesweepers and 6 semi-gliders. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers admitted that they had no significant success in the fight against enemy agents. Thus, in the report on the results of the work carried out by the Smershrak of the WWF to combat espionage in units and subunits of the Volga military flotilla since the beginning of the Patriotic War of 1941-1943, dated November 25, 1943, it was noted that an analysis of the results of the work carried out by the Smershrak of the WWF to combat espionage indicates that our success in this area is insignificant. This was explained primarily by the lack of experience of the operational staff, and in connection with this, indecision in the use of agent combinations, as well as the low quality of the work of agents in these cases. It is necessary to note other circumstances that were a hindrance in the development of persons of the specified contingent. So, for example, from the beginning of 1943, some of the ships of the flotilla were scattered for repairs in the cities of Guryev, Gorky, Zelenodolsk, etc. And the accountable element of this category, due to the impossibility of regular communication with agents, temporarily fell out of our field observations. In addition, the scattering of ships over a large distance along the Volga, from Astrakhan to Rybinsk, created in connection with the implementation of the state plan for oil transportation, also did not allow the operational staff servicing these ships to regularly meet with agents and give them the right direction on developments. 577 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 36, L. 507. The personnel factor also had a negative impact on this work. As noted in one of the counterintelligence reports, one cannot help but point out here the fact that the efficiency of the agents is reflected in the insufficient leadership in nurturing the network on the part of the operational staff, who, for the most part in the special department, are young and do not yet have sufficient experience in our work, and therefore not able to fully direct the agents. 578 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru, together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2010, pp. 195-196. In June 1944, the Volga flotilla, which completed all combat missions, was disbanded in accordance with the order of the NKVMF dated May 30, 1944 No. 00138. The personnel of the Smersh of the USSR Navy were transferred to counterintelligence units of other fleets and flotillas. Dnieper military flotilla in the summer and autumn of 1943, under the attacks of the Red Army, Nazi troops retreated to the west, conducting further offensive operations during the liberation of Ukraine, and Belarus was associated with crossing rivers and advancing along them. Under these conditions, the need arose to recreate a military river flotilla that would control the rivers of the Dnieper basin. Based on this, by decree of the State Defense Committee, in the fall of 1943, on the basis of the ships of the Volga flotilla, the formation of the Dnieper Military Flotilla (DVF), which was initially stationed in Chernigov, began. Subsequently, parts of the flotilla fought through Ukraine, western Belarus, Poland and East Germany, taking part in the battles for the capture of Berlin. The headquarters of the flotilla at various stages of hostilities was stationed in Kyiv, Pinsk, Zigers 579. Zigers is a populated area in Poland in the Radziemiński district of the Pomeranian region. Located on the shores of Zadziwiecki Bay, Mazovia Voivodeship, and Modlin 580. Modlin, Novozhivsk, is a 19th century fortress located in the village of Modlin. Currently, it is a district of the city of Nowy Dwr Mazowiecki, 30 km from Warsaw, at the confluence of the Vistula and Neru rivers. Poland, Dresden 581. Dresden is a city in Germany in the province of Brandenburg. Stettin 582. Stettin, Szczecin, is a city in northwestern Poland in the West Pomeranian Voivodeship, the administrative center of the Voivodeship, large port on the Baltic Sea. Until 1945, the main city of the Prussian province of Pomerania, located on both banks of the Oder. And Fürstenberg 583. Fürstenberg, Havel, is a city in Germany in the state of Brandenburg. Nowadays it is part of the Upper Havel region, in the status of a city since 1318, Germany. After the organization of the Smersh of the Far Eastern Fleet, formed on December 21, 1943 on the basis of the Smersh of the Volga Flotilla, counterintelligence departments of the 3rd Trawling Brigade, March 1944, the 2nd Brigade of River Ships, April 1944, were created. 1st Brigade, May 1944, 3rd Brigade, May 1945, and Pinsk Naval Base, March 1945. On the basis of the Department of the 3rd Trawling Brigade, the counterintelligence departments of the Kyiv and Tilsit naval bases were subsequently formed. By the end of the war, the Smersh of the Far Eastern Fleet had 5 counterintelligence units subordinate to it. 584 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op 6, D 308, L 12. The formation of the Far Eastern Fleet departments took place during the period of combat operations and the continuous movement of flotilla units, and at the same time the operational staff and the department as a whole, which significantly influenced the implementation of organizational and staffing measures. In the process of counterintelligence support for the actions of the Dnieper military flotilla, employees of the counterintelligence department solved the following tasks: fought against espionage, sabotage, terrorism and other subversive activities of foreign intelligence services, identified the anti-Soviet element that had penetrated the units and institutions of the flotilla, took measures to prevent the unpunished passage of enemy agents through the area of responsibility of the flotilla forces, prevented sabotage, treason and desertion among the flotilla personnel, The activities of the SMERSH-RD of the Far Eastern Fleet can be divided into two main stages. The first is the promotion of operational groups and counterintelligence departments of rivership brigades with the advanced units of the Red Army and Flotilla from Kiev to Berlin, when employees conducted active counterintelligence work to search for and arrest spies, traitors to the motherland. During this period, it was necessary to quickly acquire search and identification agents and painstakingly deal with statements from citizens pointing to persons hiding for various reasons. This work was necessary to avoid arrests of innocent people. The second stage refers to the period of work on German territory after the defeat of the German army. Stationed in Dresden and Fürstenberg, counterintelligence officers began work to search for and arrest Nazi criminals and eliminate the remnants of armed underground groups. To accomplish this task, it was necessary, in addition to the existing agents, to acquire sources from among German citizens. 585 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 308, L. 3. By the beginning of hostilities, spring 1944, the flotilla included 16 armored boats, 10 patrol boats, 40 river minesweepers, 32 half-gliders, about 140 boats and vessels in total, a floating artillery battery and 2 anti-aircraft artillery divisions. The Far Eastern Fleet operated on the Dnieper, Berezina, Western Bug, Vistula, Oder, and Spree rivers. The ships of the flotilla assisted on the flanks of the advancing troops in Ukraine and Belarus. Poland ensured the crossing of water barriers, transported cargo, landed troops, and took part in the Berlin operation of 1945-586, the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 243. Before the advance of the flotilla units from Kiev to the west, the Counterintelligence Department of the Far Eastern Fleet created operational groups whose main task was to search for enemy agents, traitors to the motherland, including those from the Pinsk flotilla who remained in the occupied territory in 1941. During the short time the flotilla was in the liberated territory of Ukraine and Belarus, 102 people from German intelligence agents as well as punitive agents, traitors to the motherland were identified and arrested through identification agents. 587 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 197. With the advance of the front line into Polish territory, the counterintelligence departments also left along with the served units of the flotilla. The first to arrive on Polish territory were the departments of the 1st and 2nd Brigades of river ships, whose operational personnel began an active search for enemy agents. At the same time, a check was carried out on the local population who had been under occupation for a long time. At the end of March 1945, parts of the flotilla entered German territory. The operational group of the Reichsmarsch of the Far Eastern Fleet moved with them. On March 27, 1945, the task force, having arrived at its location in the city of Dresden, began to carry out its assigned tasks of searching for German agents and identifying active members of fascist organizations who had gone underground. Soon the entire operational staff of the flotilla's counterintelligence department joined in this work. Along with this, at the bases and in the adjacent territories, measures were taken to identify and inspect premises that had previously been occupied by German intelligence and counterintelligence units and military units. During the occupation of cities in Germany, along with the detention of active Nazis, enemy agents and traitors, counterintelligence officers managed to collect significant material, then supplemented by testimony and investigative documents, which made it possible to compile a list of Nazi party organizations and schemes for their construction, a list of leadership and public police officers and gendarmerie. So, in the city of Oderberg 588, Oderberg is a city in Germany in the state of Brandenburg. It is part of the Barnim district and is subject to the administration of Oderberg. In the status of a city since 1259, counterintelligence officers of the 2nd Brigade of River ships in the building of the mayor of the city, among other documents, discovered an alphabet book of leading Gestapo officials, a list of members of the NSDAP 589, NSDAP, National Socialist German Workers' Party. Existed in Germany in 1920-1945, ruling party in 1933-1945. At the Nuremberg trials, the leadership of the NSDAP and many of its services were recognized as criminal. Dissolved in 1945 and the organization's structure. In the city of Oranienburg 590. Oranienburg is a city in Germany in the state of Brandenburg. It is part of the Upper Havel region. In the status of a city since 1232, based on the collected materials, it was possible to draw up a diagram of the organization of the NSDAP, indicating the main leaders, as well as a diagram of the organization of the Hitler Youth 591. Hitler Youth is the youth organization of the National Socialist Party of Germany. Founded in 1926 in Weimar, disbanded in October 1945, etc. All these materials were used in search work and during professional training with operational staff. In the search for enemy agents at that time, sources from among local residents and repatriated Soviet citizens who were used as identification agents took an active part. As counterintelligence officers noted in their reports, since the entry of the operational group into German territory and the work of the counterintelligence department's march of the flotilla, i.e., from 03-2745 to 01-0146, 263 active fascists were arrested, of which 8 were carried out in group cases. 592 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 308, L. 19. In addition, on German territory, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers managed to identify and arrest 6 traitors to the motherland, including former servicemen of the Pinsk flotilla. As statistical data show, for the period from 01-0144 to 01-0146, the counterintelligence department's march of the Dnieper military flotilla and its peripheral departments arrested 398 people. Of these, German spies 15, English spies 1, terrorists 3, traitors to the motherland and traitors 60. Nazis involved in group cases 8, lone Nazis 255, those who carried out anti-Soviet agitation 9, deserters 33, those involved in political banditry 6, for other crimes 8. 593, IBED, L. 3. As the flotilla units advanced, counterintelligence officers transferred a significant part of the cases of those arrested for further development, investigation and operational use to the NKVD and NKGB of the USSR. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers were also aware of the fight against desertion. Thus, in the message of the March of the NKVMF sent on May 1, 1945 to the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy N.G. Kuznetsov, it was noted that in the first quarter of 1945, 9 people deserted from parts of the Dnieper flotilla, including 1 person from the senior staff and 8 people from the rank and file. Based on the measures taken, counterintelligence officers detained and prosecuted 5 people out of 9 deserters. 1 person was arrested. 1 person was sent to a penal unit. 3 people were brought to disciplinary liability. The document noted that the Smersh counterintelligence department of the KDF continued to search for the remaining 4 deserters. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers prepared and sent 134 notes and special messages to the Smersh Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF and 91 similar documents to the Military Council of the Far Eastern Fleet. 594 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 199-200. During the period of hostilities, the Dnieper flotilla, carrying out assigned tasks, acted not only in cooperation with units of the Red Army, but also repeatedly carried out independent combat missions with honor. For military merits in battles with the Nazi invaders, the Dnieper flotilla was awarded 3 times by order of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief and twice awarded orders receiving the name of the Red Banner Order of Ushakov, first degree of the Dnieper flotilla. The operational staff of the Smersh flotilla, along with conducting operational search work to ensure the safety of Far Eastern Fleet units, personally participated in the flotilla's combat operations, set an example on the battlefield, for which most of its employees were awarded high government awards. Among the recipients were the heads of the Smersh departments of the river ship brigades, Major Mikhailenko, Major Galyarovsky, Senior Intelligence Officer Captain Grachev and others, who with their units went through a long battle route from Stalingrad to Berlin. Lieutenant Commander Comrade Minaev being the operational officer for the maintenance of the 2nd Guards Division of Armored Boats, participating in the battles in the Bobruisk direction, personally captured 22 soldiers and officers of the German Army. In total, 44 people were awarded in the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the KDF 595 IBED P. 200. In connection with the completion of the Berlin operation and the end of the Great Patriotic War, the Dnieper military flotilla, having completed all its tasks, was disbanded. Danube military flotilla. The Danube military flotilla, for the first time within the Soviet naval forces, was created in November 1917 from the River Forces Detachment of the Black Sea Fleet. Together with the Red Guard units, she contributed to the establishment of Soviet power in Bessarabia, then fought against the interventionists, and in February she retreated to Odessa, where in March 1918 she was captured by Austro-German troops. The Danube military flotilla was reformed in June 1940 as part of a monitor division, 5 units, an armored boat division, 22 units, a detachment of minesweepers, 7 units, a patrol boat division, 30 units, a detachment of semi-gliders, 6 units, an aviation squadron, a separate anti-aircraft artillery division, 6 coastal artillery batteries, a rifle and machine gun company. It was part of the Black Sea Fleet. The main base is Ismail 596 Naval Dictionary ed. VN. Chnavina. M. 1989. p. 455. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, she conducted military operations against the Nazi invaders on the Danube, Southern Bug, and Dnieper rivers off the coast of the Kerch Strait in cooperation with the troops of the Southern Front. In November 1941, the Danube military flotilla was disbanded, and its ships became part of the Azov military flotilla and the Kerch naval base. The work of counterintelligence officers of the Danube military flotilla (DUVF) during the Great Patriotic War is inextricably linked with the combat activities of the flotilla and includes 2 periods corresponding to the periods of action of the flotilla forces. In the first period, from June 22 to November 1941, the forces of the Danube military flotilla took a direct and active part in the hostilities on the Danube in the area of Odessa, Nikolaev, Kherson, Sevastopol and Kerch. During the period of heavy defensive battles, employees of the Special Department of the flotilla carried out, based on the available capabilities and the developing operational situation, measures to identify enemy agents, saboteurs and deserters. Constantly located on serviced ships and in units of the flotilla, counterintelligence officers, due to the prevailing circumstances mainly related to the retreat of our troops, could not conduct full-fledged operational search work. Nevertheless, the work was carried out, and the operational materials received were documented as soon as possible. Persons whom counterintelligence officers suspected of committing illegal activities were taken into account. When the primary data was confirmed, they were detained and transferred to the investigative authorities. The inspection was usually carried out over several days, and according to martial law, a guilty verdict was most often returned. It should be noted that some of those arrested were shot extrajudicially. During June-November 1941, the Special Department of the DVF made over 100 arrests. 597 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 299, L. 24. Along with counterintelligence support for the flotilla, work was carried out to send Soviet intelligence officers behind the front line in order to collect military information. However, the training of persons sent behind enemy lines was very weak, so these activities did not produce concrete results. When units of the flotilla departed from populated areas, the Special Department of the NKVD took measures to leave their agents to settle, who were tasked with collecting information about the occupation regime, identifying persons assisting the invaders, accomplices of German and Romanian intelligence. In November 1941, by the decision of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, the Danube military flotilla, as having lost its theater of operations due to temporary failures of the Red Army, was disbanded and merged into the Black Sea Fleet. The ships of the flotilla were redeployed to staff the naval bases of the Black Sea Fleet and the Azov Flotilla 598 IBED L. 1. The second period of operation of the Danube military flotilla began in the spring of 1944 in connection with the advance of Soviet troops to the Dniester and ended in connection with the end of the Great Patriotic War. By the decree of the GCO dated April 13, 1944, the People's Commissariat of the Navy was offered, on the basis of the disbanded Azov flotilla, to create a flotilla on the Danube. From that moment on, the combat activities of the Danube flotilla resumed. It included a separate brigade of river ships, 14 armored boats, 18 mortar boats, 22 minesweepers, a brigade of armored boats, 36, a detachment of semi-gliders, 16, a separate battalion of Marines, an anti-aircraft artillery division and 4 artillery batteries. 599 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 Encyclopedia M. 1985 S. 254-255, the Danube military flotilla was entrusted with the task of securing the flanks of the Red Army units advancing along the Danube. During the fighting in the Danube basin, the flotilla actively participated in operations to liberate the territory of Romania, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Czechoslovakia, Hungary and Austria from the Nazi invaders. 600 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 299, L. 4. Interacting with the troops of the 2nd and 3rd Ukrainian fronts, the Danube military flotilla participated in the IAC Chisinau, Belgrade, Budapest and Vienna offensive operations, assisted the ground forces in crossing the Dnieper estuary, landed 20 tactical landings, supported the riverine flanks of the ground forces with artillery fire, transported troops, in total over 900,000 people, over 1.5 thousand tanks and self-propelled guns, more than 7,000 guns and mortars, and 450,000 tons of various cargo were transported. The ships of the flotilla fought over 2,000 km up the Danube. 601 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 Encyclopedia M. 1985 S. 254-255. After the new formation of the Danube military flotilla, the Smersh Counterintelligence Department was also formed again for the said flotilla. The main direction of the operational search activities of the Smersh Rock of the DVF in 1944-1945 was to suppress the activities of enemy agents who had penetrated units and subunits from the territories of foreign states where the flotilla operated. In a review of the activities of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the DVF, it was noted that during the period from April 1944 to December 31, 1945, 159 people were arrested, including spies 24, saboteurs 64, traitors to the motherland 20, traitors and accomplices 26, members of the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists 3, for fleeing the battlefield 1. For anti-Soviet propaganda. 5. For desertion. 4. For other military crimes. 12. Among those arrested were a significant number of foreign nationals attracted by intelligence agencies for activities directed against the Red Army and the Navy. 602. Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 299. L. 5. Counterintelligence Department. Smersh of the Danube military flotilla during the period of operation in 1944-1945 ships and flotilla units on the territory of foreign countries. He paid special attention to counterintelligence work, taking into account the peculiarities of the military, political and operational situation in them. For example, in Romania, the local population was wary of the arrival of Soviet troops. A large number of German and Romanian intelligence agents were left to settle on the territory of Romania, which hampered the activities of Soviet counterintelligence agents. When working among the local population, Soviet counterintelligence officers showed maximum tact and correctness. When carrying out counterintelligence activities, they sought to minimize the possibility of complicating interstate relations. Moving up the Danube with the advancing units of the Red Army, the ships of the flotilla in the area of the city of Rashchak. 603. Rashchak, Rus, is a city in Bulgaria on the right bank of the Danube, the largest Bulgarian port on the river. Entered Bulgarian territory, where the political and operational situation was more favorable, which facilitated counterintelligence work. Together with counterintelligence officers of the Black Sea Fleet, the Smersh operational groups of the Danube flotilla managed to identify and arrest in Bulgaria a significant number of wanted traitors to the motherland, traitors and German collaborators who fled during the retreat of Nazi troops. On the territory of Yugoslavia, employees of the counterintelligence department Smersh of the DUVF established contacts and organized interaction with representatives of Yugoslav intelligence and counterintelligence. People's Defense. 604. People's Defense (ARDSEC) for the protection of the people, ASNA, a department created on 05-13-1944, performed the functions of organs state security of Yugoslavia. Head, Alexander Rankovic. Since 1948, State Security Administration of Yugoslavia. In addition to searching for foreign intelligence agents, the Smersh DUVF identified and suppressed contacts of Soviet sailors with Russian immigrants, especially representatives of white immigrant organizations operating on the territory of Yugoslavia. Counterintelligence officers from Smersh stopped the spread of anti-Soviet literature among Soviet military personnel. With the help of employees of the People's Defense of Yugoslavia, the most active members of white immigrant organizations were identified, arrested and brought to trial. Counterintelligence officers of the Danube flotilla carried out similar work on the territory of Czechoslovakia. As noted in the review of the activities of the Smersh of the DUVF, the organization of intelligence and operational work on the territory of foreign states in which ships and units of the Danube flotilla are deployed is characterized by certain features. These include 1. The main emphasis in the work of the counterintelligence agencies of the Smersh flotilla is on the search for known enemy agents, traitors to the motherland and traitors hiding in these countries. 3. Since the connection between our military personnel and foreign nationals is inevitable, the development of their connections with the local population is of paramount importance. 605. Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 299. L. 10. The organization of work on the territory of foreign states of the Smersh of the DUVF was carried out in strict accordance with the Center's guidelines for conducting intelligence and operational work in naval bases liberated from Nazi troops. Through agents and through official means, persons subject to search and arrest were identified. It should be noted that in a short time, counterintelligence officers managed to acquire a number of trusted persons from whom information of operational interest began to flow. As a result of operational activities using intelligence data, 4 saboteurs were arrested in Vienna, who provided valuable information about those stationed on the territory of Austria, Hungary and Germany. Vienna, JR 606. JR is a city in northwestern Hungary, located on halfway between Budapest and Vienna. Located at the confluence of the Rabe River with the Danube, administrative center of the province of Győr Moson-Sopron. The first mention of the city dates back to 1009. Munich-Dorf 607. Munchindorf is a city in Austria in the federal state Lower Austria, part of the Emdeling district, and Neustrelitz 608. Neustrelitz is a city in Germany, a regional center located in the state of Mecklenburg-Vorpommern, part of the Mecklenburg-Strelitz district. Reconnaissance and sabotage schools. These schools, which were training centers for the German intelligence agency Waffen-SS Jagdverband, recruited young people aged 18 to 25 from among Hungarians, Hungarian Germans and Russians. The training program included studying the structure and weapons of the Red Army, topography, subversion and methods of conspiracy and camouflage. According to the testimony of those arrested and with the use of identification agents trained in these schools, 35 people were arrested. 609. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 204. In November 1945, the deputy head of the German counterintelligence agency Abwehrstelle was identified by an agent and arrested by the counterintelligence flotilla. 610. Abwehrstelle is a subordinate body within the 3rd Department of Abwehrstelle 17, whose task was counterintelligence work in the Basin Danube, who was an official employee of the organ Abwehrstelle 17. 611. Abwehrstelle 17. Abwehrstelle Vienna is a peripheral division of the Abwehr, created in March 1938 after the Anschluss of Austria, and was officially called Abwehrstelle Wien 17. The number 17 in the name meant the 17th Military District. Conducted reconnaissance and counterintelligence work in the direction of the entire southeast. It was divided into 3 departments: reconnaissance, carrying out particularly important tasks for terrorism and sabotage; counterintelligence support for defense enterprises and transport. Stationed in Vienna. Based on his testimony, a significant number of official employees and agents of the Abwehrstelle were put on the wanted list. 612. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. pp. 204-205. Work was intensively carried out to search for enemy agents. From a review of the activities of the Smersh RDWF during the Great Patriotic War, the work of searching for enemy agents, traitors to the motherland and traitors in the context of the deployment of the counterintelligence department Smersh of the Danube flotilla on the territory of 6 European states acquires extremely important and paramount importance. This is due to the following circumstances: the presence of a large number of enemy agents abandoned and settled in European countries after the expulsion of Hitler's army from them, the presence of a significant number of Soviet citizens in European states forced away by the Germans, former prisoners of war, etc., including traitors to the motherland, German collaborators and traitors. In total, as a result of such activities, 65 enemy agents, saboteurs, traitors and traitors to the motherland were arrested. In addition, as a result of such activities, agents of the intelligence agencies Waffen-SS Jagdverband, Abwehrstelle 17, Abwehrstelle were arrested. 613. Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 299. L. 1819. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers also fought against desertion. On March 10, 1945, the smash rock of the WEF reported to the center. During the period January-February 1945, the Counterintelligence Department SMERSH of the KDF recorded 10 cases of desertion of military personnel of the Red Banner Danube Flotilla. Of these, senior officers 4, private 6. As a result of the intelligence and operational measures taken and the local search, we identified and detained 4 people. 5 people were put on the local wanted list and 1 on the all-union wanted list. In order to prevent possible desertion in the future, the entire operational staff has been warned to intensify efforts to combat desertion. The Military Council was informed about all cases of desertion. 614 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 300. L. 15. At the end of the war and in the first post-war months, counterintelligence officers of the Danube Flotilla recorded expressions of interest on the part of the intelligence services of the Allies, England and the United States in the Danube region. In order to increase the efficiency of their work, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers closely interacted with the bodies of the Sovereign Sigurnost. 615 Sovereign Sigurnost CS is the official name of the state security agencies of Bulgaria in 1931-1990. They were part of the police then in the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Bulgaria, Bulgaria and the People's Defense of Yugoslavia. Soviet counterintelligence officers noted that the activities of the intelligence agencies of the Allied powers, the United States and England, were becoming more active every day. British intelligence officers act with their favorite and proven methods, establishing extensive connections, presenting gifts, organizing intimate evenings, and making attempts to penetrate the environment of Soviet military personnel in order to collect military information. According to Soviet counterintelligence, the Allies had information about the organization of Soviet intelligence, the size of the Soviet occupation forces, the interest of Soviet representatives in Romanian ships returned to Romania by the Soviet Union, etc. 616 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 299. L. 17. In 1960, the Red Banner Order of Nakhimov and Kutuzov E. Danube Flotilla was disbanded. Ilmen Military Flotilla. The Ilmen Military Flotilla was formed as part of the Northwestern Front in July 1941 from 3 tugs of the Volkhovo Ilmen Shipping Company, converted gunboats and 9 armed boats. Base Novgorod. The flotilla was staffed by mobilized rivermen from the Volkhovo Ilmen Shipping Company and artillerymen and machine gunners from army units. Operating on Lake Ilmen and the Volkhov and Tigoda rivers, the flotilla carried out guard duty, conducted reconnaissance, covered the withdrawal of front troops, ensured the evacuation of the civilian population, cargo and valuables from Novgorod, supported the combat operations of ground forces, transported troops and cargo across rivers. On October 20, 1941, the Ilmen military flotilla was disbanded. Its ships were transferred to the Ladoga military flotilla. In April 1943, as part of the Northwestern Front, the Ilmen detachment of ships was formed, which conducted combat operations from August 15, 1943 to April 6, 1944, after which it was transferred to the Baltic Fleet. 617 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, Encyclopedia. M. 1985, p. 298. Red Banner Caspian Flotilla. The Caspian military flotilla traces its history back to the creation in April 1918 of the military fleet of the Astrakhan territory, which in October 1918 was transformed into the Astrakhan Caspian Flotilla. At the end of July 1918, the ships of the flotilla were captured by interventionists. After the liberation of Baku, in July 1920 they joined the newly created naval forces of the Caspian Sea, which were reorganized in June 1931 into the Caspian Military Flotilla. On the eve of the Great Patriotic War, the Caspian military flotilla included Flotilla Management, Baku, a division of gunboats, 5 boats, separately floating ships, the Pravda vessel and a Yam-type boat, water area security, reconnaissance agencies, reconnaissance department, maritime communications point, coastal radio detachment and radio point, communications division, SNES. Hydrographic Service, Hydrographic Department, Marine Observatory, Hydrographic Detachment, Naval Educational Institutions and Schools, Caspian Naval School, United School, Basic Artillery Cabinet, Chemical Testing Site, Naval Half Crew. Rear, Baku Military Port, Warehouses and Manufacturing Enterprises, Fire Inspection and Security, KEC, Financial Department, Engineering Department, Sanitary Department, Clinic and Infirmary, Departments of the Military Prosecutor's Office and Military Tribunal, House of the Navy. Coastal Defense, Separate Rifle Company, Air Defense Facility Headquarters. Aviation, Separate Aviation Unit, Separate Test Aircraft Unit at NIP. 4-gun Coastal Battery, Northern Island, SNES Post, Lankaran. Hydrographic Service Section, Lankaran. In Krasnovodsk, there were the Naval Commandant's Office at the Commercial Port, a Hydrographic Service Section, Coastal Flotilla Lighthouses in Apsheron and Lankaran, Floating Lighthouses, Astrakhan Reception and Krasnovodsky, Base Hydrometeorological Stations on Sare Island in Gasan Kuli, Krasnovodsk, Lankaran. In total, there were 3,225 military personnel in the Caspian military flotilla, including 639 commanding personnel, 609 junior commanding personnel, 980 ordinary personnel, 1,000 cadets of the Caspian Navy, in addition, 788 civilian personnel, 618 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F3, Op. 7, D. 520, L. 234-237. The Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 325. Since the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the Caspian Flotilla has provided sea transportation of military and economic cargo. Throughout the war, the Caspian military flotilla was a reliable source of personnel for the USSR Navy. Here, ship crews were formed, trained, and submarines built in Sarmovo were tested. 619. Sarmovo is a historical district of Nizhny Novgorod, Gorky, on the left bank of the river Oka and along the right bank of the river Volga. In the middle of the 19th century, in the Sarmovo region, the Sarmovo plant, ship and steam locomotive building was founded, now Krasnoye Sarmovo, since 1928 as part of Gorky. A large shipbuilding center, surface ships that regularly replenished the combat strength of the warring fleets. During the war years, the flotilla personnel repaired, completed and crewed over 250 boats and other ships and vessels transferred to the Black Sea and Northern fleets and other flotillas. Already in October 1941, the 1st Battalion of Marines, formed exclusively from sailors of the flotilla, left for the land front. In total, during the war years, about 5,000 Red Navy men, petty officers and officers were sent from the Caspian flotilla to the land front. In the most intense days of the battle for the Caucasus, by order of the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy N.G. Kuznetsov, the Caspian flotilla was declared operational, and its main task was to ensure national economic and operational military transportation in the Caspian Sea and combat enemy landings. Only in 1940-1943, the flotilla ensured the transportation of 21 million tons of oil and petroleum products. In addition, the sailors of the flotilla ensured the delivery of more than 4 million tons of Lend-Lease cargo through the Caspian ports. 620. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklov. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 213. The operational search work of the Counterintelligence Department of the Caspian Flotilla, as well as the work of the departments of all fleets and flotillas, was carried out in accordance with the Co-Resolution of July 17, 1941 and orders of the NKVD of the USSR and the SMERSH Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF to combat espionage, sabotage, traitors to the motherland, traitors, cowards and alarmists. When organizing their work, counterintelligence officers also took into account the situation that developed on the fronts of the Great Patriotic War, primarily in areas adjacent to the Caspian Sea, Stalingrad, the North Caucasus. The activities of the flotilla's counterintelligence department can be conditionally divided into three periods in accordance with the actions of the forces of the Caspian flotilla. The first period was from June 1941 to July 1942, when the flotilla did not conduct active operations. The second was from July 1942 to September 1943, when the flotilla, in cooperation with units of the Red Army, took an active part in the battles with the enemy advancing on Stalingrad and the North Caucasus. Since August 1942, the Caspian flotilla was included in the active naval forces of the USSR. The third stage refers to the period of the defeat of German troops at Stalingrad and their expulsion from the North Caucasus. During this period, the Caspian flotilla withdrew from the battles and assisted the advancing troops and the Black Sea Fleet with transportation and the formation of new units. In 1941-1942, a special department of the flotilla did a lot of work on checking and selecting sailors heading to the front. The measures taken to select military personnel, including the use of operational search methods, practically succeeded in eliminating attempts at desertion both during formation and dispatch and on the route of units to the front. During the Great Patriotic War, 155 people deserted from ships and from units of the flotilla, of whom 64 were put on the all-Union wanted list and 91 on the local wanted list. More than 60 people put on the wanted list were detained and arrested by KKF counterintelligence officers. In addition, 6 military personnel were detained who deserted from other units of the Navy and the Red Army, who, after arrest and investigation, were sentenced to various terms of imprisonment. 621 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 312, L. 34. In total, in 1941-1945, the Counterintelligence Department arrested 267 people, of which, for espionage 8, for treasonous sentiments 15, for terrorist intentions 6, for anti-Soviet agitation 133, for spreading anti-Soviet rumors 16, for military crimes 16, for malfeasance 2, for desertion 61. For other crimes, 10622 IBED L. 2. In the period from 1941 to September 1943, the Counterintelligence Department of the flotilla in the ports of Makhachkala, Krasnoyarsk, Guryev, Karabogazgal 623, Karabogazgal, Turkmen. Lake of the Black Strait is a bay lagoon of the Caspian Sea in the west of Turkmenistan, connected to it by the deep strait of the same name, width up to 200 m. The nearest city is Aktau, Shevchenko, and operational groups were created on the territory of Iran and in the port of Astrakhan. The counterintelligence department at the naval base, which conducted counterintelligence support for ships and flotilla units. The ships of the flotilla accompanied transports with oil and military cargo, carried out combat trawling on the approaches to Astrakhan, and in August-September 1942 they transferred 2 rifle and 1 cavalry corps from Astrakhan to Krasnoyarsk on the western coast of the sea, which played an important role in the offensive of the northern group of Transcaucasian Forces Front. In 1943, there were 175 ships in the Caspian Flotilla. 624 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 325. With the entry of units of the Red Army and the Caspian Flotilla into Iran, counterintelligence officers of the KKF carried out a lot of work on the territory of this state to suppress the possible penetration of foreign intelligence agents into the flotilla's facilities. Ensuring the safety of our sailors was entrusted to the departments formed for these purposes, stationed in Iranian naval bases. Pahlavi 625. Pahlavi, Anzali, is a city in northern Iran in the Gilan province. The administrative center of the Anzali region, the largest Iranian port on the southern coast of the Caspian Sea. An important fishing center. Bandar Shah 626. Bandar Shah, Bandar Turkmen, is a city and port in northern Iran in the Golestan province, located on the southeastern coast of the Caspian Sea. The administrative center of the Turkmen region. Built in 1930s, after the Islamic Revolution of 1978-1979, renamed Bandar Turkmen. And Nushehr 627. Nushehr is a city and port in northern Iran in the province of Mazandaran, located on the southern shore of the Caspian Sea. The administrative center of the Nushehr region. The discovery of several British intelligence residencies with their employees in Iran can be regarded as an undoubted success of counterintelligence. These materials were immediately sent to Moscow to inform the country's leadership. In addition, facts of smuggling activities by flotilla servicemen during visits to Iranian ports were identified and suppressed. They sold non-ferrous metals to local residents, and with the proceeds they bought and transported goods and products to the USSR in excess of established customs norms. The People's Commissar of the USSR Navy (NG) was personally informed about these facts and the measures taken. Kuznetsov. Also, as a result of the operational agent combination of the Smrshrak of the KKF, the channel for the illegal passage of Iranians into the territory of the USSR was blocked. 628. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudi. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 217. In 1944, after the end of active operations in the Caspian Sea, the flotilla entered a period of planned operational combat training and recruitment of its units. At this time, young reinforcements arrived at the KKF, some of which were drafted from the territory previously occupied by enemy troops. In this regard, the main task of the Smrshrak of the KKF was to prevent persons who had stained themselves by collaborating with the German authorities from joining the formations, and especially the flotilla's warships. A certain role in this work was assigned to the work of the department's intelligence apparatus. In order to increase the level of training of employees, starting from 1943, professional training was regularly conducted with the operational staff of the department once a week. In 1944, 29 operatives attended a 100-hour training program. Since 1945, learning English became mandatory for all personnel of the Department. 629. Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 312. L. 5-6. Despite the fact that a significant part of the employees of the Smrshrak of the KKF were young people, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers during the war years managed to achieve good results in operational work to ensure the safety of ships and units of the Caspian flotilla and their personnel. During the Great Patriotic War, for heroism and courage, 64 counterintelligence officers of the Caspian Flotilla were awarded government awards, including the Order of the Red Banner, 2 Order of the Patriotic War E degree, 1 Red Star, 7 Ladoga Military Flotilla. The Ladoga Military Flotilla (LVF) was created in October 1939 on Lake Ladoga to defend the coast and cover the lakeside flanks of Soviet troops. During the Soviet-Finnish War 1939-1940, ships of the Ladoga Military Flotilla provided fire support to the troops of the 7th and 13th Armies. In November 1940, the flotilla was reorganized into a training detachment. In the first months of the war, in connection with the rapid advance of German troops in the northwest with the aim of capturing Leningrad, the task arose of forming lake flotillas in this direction. And already on June 25, 1941, in accordance with the order of the NKVMF of the USSR, the formation of the Ladoga Military Flotilla (LVF) began. 630 Ladoga Military Flotilla, created in October 1939. In November 1940 it was reorganized into a training detachment, recreated on June 25, 1941 in connection with the beginning of the Great Patriotic War. She participated in the defense and breaking the siege of Leningrad, in the Petrozavodsk offensive operation and the Tulaksinski landing operation of the Karelian Front. Awarded the Order of the Red Banner. Disbanded 04.11.1944. It was created on the basis of the former training detachment of the naval schools of the NKVMF and ships of the Marine Border Guard of the NKVD of the USSR. 631 The Marine Border Guard of the NKVD of the USSR is an integral part of the border troops of the USSR. It was created in 1923 when, in accordance with the order of the OP2 of the USSR, sea and river border flotillas were formed. In 1935, the formation of maritime border detachments began as part of the USSR border troops. In 1939-1940, a reorganization of the Marine Border Guard was carried out when vessels scattered across border detachments were united into detachments of border corps. During the Great Patriotic War, the Marine Border Guard was transferred to the USSR Navy, and in 1944 it was returned to the border troops, stationed since 1939 on Lake Ladoga. At the first stage of its formation, the flotilla included divisions of gunboats and minesweepers as well as some ships of the Baltic Fleet. The main task was to assist Soviet troops and provide lake communications. Initially, the LAF was subordinated to the command of the naval defense of Leningrad and the Ozerny region, and from September 22, 1941, to the command of the Baltic Fleet. On July 21, 1941, the head of the 3rd Department of the Leningrad Navy Garrison, Regimental Commissar MP. Svanov informed the leadership of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR and the Special Department of the Northwestern Front about the delay in manning the Ladoga flotilla with ships. The 3rd Department of the Leningrad Naval Garrison reports that, despite the tense situation created for the Red Army units in the Pitkranta area, 632 Pitkranta, a city in Karelia, currently the administrative center of the Pitkranta region, first mentioned in sources in 1499, in 1721-1917 as part of the Russian Empire, in 1918-1940 as part of the Viborg province of Finland. After the Soviet-Finnish War it was transferred to the USSR. In 1941-1944 occupied by Finland, liberated in August 1944. In the status of a city since 1940, the mobilization of assigned gunboats in the amount of 7 units and 9 Mk boats has not yet been completed. Only on July 18, 1941, a division of gunboats consisting of 3 units and 1 armored boat entered the area of Lake Ladoga for joint actions with units of the Red Army. The remaining 4 gunboats and 9 imp boats are still in the factories. The LVF headquarters constantly receives requests from Soviet and party organizations of Sortavala. 633 Sortavala until 1918. Srdobal is a city in Karelia, currently the administrative center of the urban settlement and district of the same name. Until 1721, part of Sweden. In 1721-1917 in the Russian Empire. In 1917-1940 as part of the Viborg province of Finland. After the Soviet-Finnish War, it was transferred to the USSR and included in the Karelo-Finnish SSR. from August 1941 to September 1944 occupied by Finland, as well as requirements from the 19th Rifle Corps 634 19th Rifle Corps 1st Formation Operational Military Unit Combined Arms Rifle Corps of the Red Army. Formed on 0709-1930 in the Leningrad Military District, he took part in the Soviet-Finnish War. During the Great Patriotic War in the active army from 06-20-1941 to 10-20-1941. As part of the Northern Front, he fought defensive battles on the section of the Soviet-Finnish border, defended Leningrad in the area of Strelna and Peterhof. On 10-24-1941, on the basis of the Corps control, the 2nd Nevsky Operational Group was formed, later the Primorsky Group of Forces of the Leningrad Front. Composition: 2-3 Rifle Divisions, Artillery Regiment, Communications Battalion, Sapper Battalion, Separate Anti-Aircraft Artillery Division, and 168th Rifle Division 635 168th Rifle Division Operational Military Formation Combined Arms Division of the Red Army. Formed in Cherpovets on the basis of the 42nd Infantry Regiment of the 14th Infantry Division in August-September 1939. It took part in the Soviet-Finnish War. On June 22, 1941 it was stationed northwest of Sortavala. In June-August she fought defensive battles with advancing Finnish troops and defended Leningrad. She took part in the Krasnoselskoye-Opshinskaya and Vyborg operations in battles in the Baltic states and liberated Riga. Since 0501-1945 in the reserve of the Supreme Command Headquarters. Composition: 3 Rifle Regiments, 2 Artillery Regiments, Anti-Aircraft Artillery Division, Sapper Company, Reconnaissance Company, Communications Battalion. About the immediate provision of effective assistance from the LAF, however, the latter, given the combat condition in which it is currently in, effective assistance to units of the Red Army cannot provide. 636 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 175. After mobilization measures were completed and civilian ships were converted into warships, the LAF included 6 gunboats, 5 minesweepers and a transport detachment of 7 units. By September 1941, the LAF included 66 ships and boats. In a short time, the flotilla, having coped with the confusion and disorganization of the first weeks of the war, managed to gain dominance on Lake Ladoga, successfully assisting our ground units on the lakeside flanks and reliably covering the strategic road of life that connected besieged Leningrad with the country. In July-September 1941, the LVF supported the actions of the 23rd, 7th and 54th Armies with artillery fire, landed troops, evacuated troops from the northwestern coast of the lake, the garrisons of the islands of Velem, Konets, etc. Delivered military units and cargo to Leningrad, evacuated the civilian population and equipment of industrial enterprises from it. The Special Department of the NKVD LVF was formed on June 10, 1942. Prior to this, operational services for the flotilla were carried out by the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, consisting of 12 operational employees. As of November 1942, the department already consisted of 22 employees and a subordinate operational group of the NKVD Air Force of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet of 9 people. 637 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14, Op. 6, D. 10, L. 2. In 1942-1943 the flotilla was replenished with a submarine, torpedo boats, transport ships and coastal artillery batteries. The main bases of the flotilla were Sortenleti from June 25, 1941, Schlisselburg from August 25, 1941, Nova Ladoga from September 8, 1941. In the period 1942 early 1943, the Special Department of the Flotilla did not carry out active measures. Several commissions that inspected the work of the department noted the low level of intelligence and investigative work of employees. In this regard, in 1942, in order to provide practical assistance to the counterintelligence officers of the Ladoga Flotilla, employees of the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet carried out 8 trips, as can be seen from the documents, from June 15 to November 27, 1942. The Special Department of the LVF made 40 arrests, of which 29 were for anti-Soviet agitation and propaganda, the rest for military crimes. During the same period, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers sent 63 memos to the Special Department of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, as well as special messages and special reports which provided data on the condition of the flotilla ships, air defense, and the political and moral state of the personnel. A special place in the information work was given to the identified shortcomings in ensuring cargo transportation along Ladoga to Leningrad. 638 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, pp. 175-176. In August 1942, LVF counterintelligence officers took part in the investigation of the explosion of flotilla ammunition in the port of Osenovets. 639. Osenovets is a cape on the western shore of Lake Ladoga, near the railway station of Lake Ladoga. In September 1941, construction of a port began in Osenovets to deliver goods to besieged Leningrad. By the beginning of navigation in 1942, the port had several kilometers of berthing lines and occupied the territory along the shores of Moriar, Goldsman and Nova Base. Osenovets became the largest lake port during the Great Patriotic War, as a result of which 91 people died. During the investigation, it became clear that the cause of the incident was the negligence of personnel and elementary failure to comply with the rules for unloading explosives. The results of the investigation were immediately sent to Leningrad to inform the command. By the end of 1943, the flotilla already had about 200 pennants, including 2 submarines, 3 coastal bases, Ladezskaya, Osenovets and Kabanskaya, and a number of coastal units with a total number of personnel of 8,000 people. During this period, the LAF did not conduct active combat operations except for reconnaissance, performing tasks to protect the communications of Lake Ladoga and ensure the transportation of goods for the Leningrad front and the Baltic Fleet. The Counterintelligence Department's MIRSH of the LVF-KBF was formed on the basis of the Special Department of the NKVD-LVF, which had 23 employees on its staff. In addition, the department was subordinate to the assigned task force of the ROKSMIRSH of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Air Force, consisting of 3 people. In their work, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers closely interacted with the counterintelligence of the 22nd Brigade of the Leningrad Front, the Novoledezhsky Air Defense Garrison, the 104th Border Detachment, as well as with the operational group of the Water Department of the UNKB of the Leningrad region and the Volkhov Regional Department of the Regional Administration. 640 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov SP. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010, p. 176, giving a description of his employees. The head of the department, Colonel L.F. Dmitriev, noted, "The overwhelming majority of the personnel of the ROKSMIRSH of the LVF consists of young counterintelligence officers from 1941-1942, that is, from the period of the Patriotic War, who do not yet have sufficient practical experience and skills in intelligence and operational work. In terms of personal qualities, he is fully functional, literate, politically developed, physically healthy and resilient. The command and operational staff of the department has sufficient leadership experience in intelligence and operational work, having been in it continuously for many years. 641 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 10. L. 3. A characteristic feature of the work of the department for ensuring the safety of warships and flotilla facilities was their scattered nature, mobility and, as a result, long isolation from their home bases, which significantly reduced the mobility and quality of their operational service. In 1943, the Rocksmarsh of the LVF, through the implementation of undercover research, 21 people were arrested, of which, for attempted treason, 3, counter-revolutionary activities, 13, for other military crimes, 5, in total, for the period 1940 to 1943. 63 people were arrested, of which, for attempted treason, 11, for counter-revolutionary defeatist activities, 42, for other military crimes, 10. All those arrested were sentenced by the military court of the flotilla to various terms, including to death. 11 human. There were no people released from arrest or cases dismissed. 642. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 177. It should be noted that during the entire period of hostilities in the flotilla, not a single case of treason or self-harm was recorded, and only 4 servicemen deserted. According to a number of materials from the department implemented through the LVF Prosecutor's Office, in the fourth quarter of 1943 alone, 6 military supply personnel were brought to criminal liability for official and economic crimes. 643 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 10. L. 28. On October 27, 1943, the head of the Smersh informed the command of the LVF about the unsatisfactory implementation of the Order of the People's Commissar of the Navy No. 00200 on secret records management and recommended conducting a widespread check in parts of the state of the secrecy regime, since in the operational department of the headquarters of the LVF, counterintelligence had revealed the fact of the loss of a top-secret file No. 9 with documents on interaction with units of the 8th Army for 1940-644 IBED, L. 27. In order to ensure the safety of the flotilla's military personnel, counterintelligence officers performing functions unusual for them opened several dens at the locations of ships and units, the materials on which were sold through the command and the police. Civilian service personnel of units and garrisons were also under the control of counterintelligence officers, who underwent a strict check when applying for work. In total, during the war years, about 2,000 people from this contingent underwent verification activities. The Smersh of the LVF failed to achieve significant results in the fight against enemy agents. As the counterintelligence officers themselves admitted, the main shortcomings of operational intelligence activities included the following. The selection of candidates for work in counterintelligence was carried out hastily without taking into account individual qualities, personal characteristics and abilities. Not all of the operational staff had good theoretical training. There was no overseas work in the area of the theater of operations of the LAF to select and drop our people behind enemy lines for infiltration into enemy intelligence agencies. Insufficient qualifications of investigators, their lack of ability to qualitatively document criminal facts, lack of initiative in matters of investigation. There is a complete absence, in order to exchange experience, of receiving guidance from the higher authorities of Smersh about the work of the enemy's counterintelligence and intelligence agencies. Change of 3 department heads and turnover of operational staff during the expiration of a 9-month period. 645 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 10. L. 27-28. During the blockade of Leningrad, LVF ships delivered 311.8 thousand people, mainly troops, 1,105.6 thousand tons of cargo to the city, took 1,071,000 people, mainly population, and 308.7 thousand tons of cargo out of the city. 646 Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 396. In June 1944, the Ladoga military flotilla took part in the Svetoprozhsk Operation 647, Svetoprozhsk Operation, Offensive Operation 0621 1944 0809 1944 of the Soviet troops of the left wing of the Karelian Front with the participation of the Ladoga and Volga flotillas against Finnish troops in South Karelia during the Great Patriotic War, part of the Vyborg-Petrozavodsk strategic offensive operation. As a result of the operation, Soviet troops defeated the enemy, advanced 110-250 km in the western and southwestern directions, liberated part of the Karelo-Finnish SSR and thereby created the preconditions for Finland's exit from the war. Karelian Front, during which its ships covered the flanks of the 7th Army, ensured river crossings and transported troops. The flotilla also carried out the Tulaksa landing operation of 1944, which was important for the development of the offensive of the Karelian Front. By a decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR dated July 2, 1944, the LAF and its second, from October 1944, 6th Division of Small Hunters were awarded the Order of the Red Banner for successful military operations. In connection with Finland's withdrawal from the war on November 4, 1944, the LAF was disbanded. Its ships and boats became part of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet and took part in hostilities, including the operation to liberate the Moons and Archipelago. Volga Military Flotilla. The Volga Military Flotilla (VOF) was created in 1918 on Lakes Volga and Ladoga and took part in the Civil War, after which it was disbanded. The Volga Flotilla was reformed in August 1941 to support the actions of Soviet troops in the northwestern direction. The Allied front included 5 gunboats and several armed boats that supported the troops of the Karelian Front on the river. Svr 648. Svr is a river in the northeast of the Leningrad region near the administrative border with Karelia, an important link in the Volga-Baltic waterway. It flows out of Lake Volga and flows into Lake Ladoga. Length 224 km, width from 100 m to 1012 km in the area of Ilinsky Razliv, and the southern shore of Lake Volga. On November 28, 1941, the flotilla was disbanded and its ships were transferred to the Volga. In April 1942, a separate Volga detachment of ships was formed on Lake Volga, transformed in December into the Volga military flotilla with the main base in Vyborg. As can be seen from the report of the head of the Special Department of the NKVD, the detachment included a division of gunboats, 6 units, a division of armored boats, 5 units, a division of minesweepers, 7 units, a headquarters ship, a logistics department, an observation service and a rifle company. As counterintelligence officers pointed out, the condition of the mechanisms, according to experts, was characterized as satisfactory, but minor repairs were required. The armored boat division consisted of newly built boats. The hull and mechanical parts were in satisfactory condition. There were 900 personnel in the detachment. 649 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F. 14. Op. 6. D. 11. L1. After the CLO was reorganized into the Volga flotilla, it consisted of more than 26 warships, auxiliary vessels and a separate battalion of marines. In 1942-1943 the flotilla provided assistance to units of the 7th 657th Army Operational Military Formation, Combined Arms Army of the Red Army of the 2nd Formation. From September 25, 1941 to February 1944, 7th Separate Army. The Directorate of the 7th Army was formed by order of Mkono 0050 dated September 18, 1941 on the basis of the 56th Rifle Corps with a deployment in Petrozavodsk from June 24, 1941 as part of the Northern Front. She fought defensive battles in Karelia. In 1944, she took part in the Petrozavodsk operation. On 10-08-1944 she was transferred to the reserve of the Karelian Front and on 10-15-1944 to the reserve of the Supreme High Command Headquarters. At the beginning of January 1945 it was disbanded. Its field control was turned to the formation of the 9th Guards Army and the 32nd 651 32nd Army Operational Military Unit Combined Arms Army of the Red Army of the 2nd Formation, formed on 03-10-1942 on the basis of a directive from the Supreme Command Headquarters dated 03-02-1942 on the basis of the Medveshchegorsk and Basil operational groups as part of the Karelian Front. Until the end of May 1944, she fought defensive battles and took part in the Petrozavodsk operation. With the end of the war with Finland, she served to protect the state border. On 11-15-1944 it was transferred to the reserve of the Supreme Command Headquarters. Disbanded in August 1945, armies carried out air defense tasks. In August 1942, on the eastern coast of Lake Vanga in the village of Pudas 652. Pudas is a city in Karelia, currently the administrative center of the Pudas region, located on the right elevated bank of the river Wadla, about 25 km from its confluence with Lake Ladoga. Founded in 1382 with the status of a city since 1785, in 1991 it received the status of a historical city of Russia. State security agencies equipped a crossing point for the transfer of NKVD reconnaissance groups beyond the front line. Among others, a method was determined for transporting behind the front reconnaissance officers by water on boats of the Vanga flotilla. When transferring scouts, about 20 episodes in total, the flotilla's boats, as a rule, did not reach the shore, but having landed the fighters on rubber boats, returned to their bases. Carrying out the action plan for servicing the detachment's ships in January 1943, the head of the Special Department of the NKVD Allied Front GT, Karchenko, reported to the NKVD of the USSR that in connection with the redeployment of the Vanga ship detachment from Lake Vanga to Rybinsk and the dispersal of ships to factories for repairs, the personnel of the ships and units of the detachment were placed in winter quarters in different parts of the city. This provided the opportunity for CLO personnel to come into contact with the civilian population both during repair work and in their free time. In this regard, the operational staff of the NKVD CLO was tasked with identifying points of contact between CLO personnel and the civilian population, paying special attention to points that deserve operational attention, Shellmans, raspberries and various gatherings. To identify connections between the detachment's personnel and the local population, the Special Department organized interaction with the City Department of the NKVD of Rybinsk. As a result of operational search work, employees of the Special Department identified several gatherings attended by both Red Navy men and CLO commanders. The operational staff was tasked with monitoring the mood of personnel at all operational service facilities. 653 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 11, L. 9. The operational search work of the Special Department was aimed at identifying negative sentiments among the flotilla personnel, studying the nature of communication between personnel and the population, and preventing the theft of kerosene, food and uniforms by ship personnel. 654 IBED, L. 16. In June 1943, the flotilla's counterintelligence officers took part in the investigation into the circumstances of the death of gunboat No. 12 destroyed as a result of an enemy air raid. As a result, 27 crew members were killed. After the investigation, counterintelligence officers reported to Moscow that, when planning the operation, the command showed tactical illiteracy, aimlessly demonstrating low-speed ships 6 knots for 9 hours along the enemy's coast, in the immediate vicinity, 80 cables, thereby exposing the ships the possibility of attack by enemy speedboats and aircraft. The flotilla's counterintelligence officers noted that the ships were completely careless in vigilance, since the ship's personnel were in readiness No. 2, and the signalmen were engaged in training, as a result of which they did not conduct proper air surveillance, and the enemy aircraft were noticed at the time of the dive. During the investigation, it was also established that the crew of the gunboat JS2E did not provide assistance to those dying. 655 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 11, L. 4749. In August 1943, the Smersh-RD unit of the Allied military fleet was inspected by representatives of the Smersh-RD unit of the NKVMF. The results of the audit were disappointing for the flotilla's counterintelligence officers. The act, drawn up on August 20, 1943, indicated that the operational search work of the department was in an unsatisfactory state and did not meet the requirements arising from the co-resolution of May 31, 1943 and orders of the NKVD of the USSR on combating espionage, sabotage, terrorism, betrayal, anti-Soviet and other hostile manifestations. The document noted that operational investigative work is in an unsatisfactory state, the information received is of no value, and a significant percentage of it is not used. In the Smersh-ROC, rules were violated, there were secrecy in the work. Some operational documents were missing for the period from July 1941 to May 1942, which were deposited when the Special Department of the NKVD of the Allied Military Forces moved from Gorky to Vidgra. 656. Vidgra is a city in the Vologda region, the administrative center of the Vidgra district, located on the river Vidgra, pier 15 km from Lake Vanga on the Volsh-Baltic Waterway, 337 km northwest of Vologda. In the status of a city since 1778. Office documents on the personnel of the department, characteristics. Various correspondence were contained in the materials of various correspondence, to which almost all employees of the department had access. The inspectors recommended restructuring the work of the Smersh Counterintelligence Department of the Volga Military Flotilla. 657 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F14, Op. 6, D. 11, L. 5668. Until June 1944, the Allied front covered and supported the troops of the Karelian Front in the Lake region. During the Petrozavodsk operation of the Karelian Front 1944, the Volga Flotilla, together with the Ladoga Flotilla, assisted formations and units of the front in crossing the Sv River, landing tactical troops on the island of B. Klimetsky, June 23, in Lakhtinskaya Bay, June 26, Uayskaya Guba and Petrozavodsk, June 28. For military merits, the divisions of mine boats, gunboats, armored boats and the 31st Marine Battalion were given the honorary name Petrozavodsk. In July 1944, the Allied front was disbanded. 658. Great Patriotic War 1941-1945. Encyclopedia. M. 1985. p. 512. Pinsk Military Flotilla. The Pinsk Military Flotilla (PVF) base, Pinsk, was formed in June 1940 on the basis of ships of the former Dnieper Flotilla, as well as from captured Polish river monitors. The location of the flotilla was moved from Kiev to Pinsk. The flotilla command, the political department, the logistics department, all general fleet organizations, as well as the special branch of the former Dnieper flotilla were relocated to Pinsk. The Pinsk flotilla included 7 monitors, 15 armored boats, 4 gunboats, a mine layer, an air squadron, an anti-aircraft artillery division and a company of marines. 659. Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 3, Op. 7, D. 520, L. 261. After the relocation of the flotilla's home base to Pinsk, the Kiev naval base of the Pinsk River Flotilla was formed in Kiev, consisting of a training detachment, 2 monitors, 2 gunboats, 1 minesweeper, 6 armored boats, a military port of the second category, a rifle platoon, a naval hospital, construction No. 104 and 4 floating bases 660 IBED. By the end of January 1941, as evidenced by the documents of the Special Department of the PVF, the facilities of the Pinsk military flotilla stationed in Pinsk, as well as the Pinsk military port, were mainly provided with auxiliary watercraft. The technical condition of the mechanisms was good. The warships based in Pinsk were manned, but the quantitative and qualitative condition of the flotilla's auxiliary watercraft is not completely satisfactory. A significant drawback in the flotilla's activities was the lack of freelance service personnel. A special department of the flotilla systematically informed the command of the PVF, sending certificates and notes reflecting shortcomings in the organization of the flotilla's activities and logistics. The PVF command promptly responded to information received from the special department, taking measures to eliminate the identified deficiencies. 661 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region, F. 14, Op. 6, D. 58, L. 5864, a special department of the PVF, conducting operational search work, took into account the fact that a certain number of ships and units of the flotilla were stationed in the territory that was previously part of Poland. The local population, according to employees of the special department of the NKVD, was negatively disposed towards representatives of the Pinsk military flotilla. Thus, on January 29, 1941, the head of the Special Department of the PVF Verbitsky informed Moscow. Before the German-Polish conflict, the population of Pinsk mainly consisted of factory owners, merchants, traders and the Polish military clique. The leaders of the former gentry Poland for many years, both in Pinsk itself and its surrounding settlements, planted fascist parties: Ozon, National Unification Camp, National Democrats, Stronnictwo Narodowo, Stronnictwo Narodowo, Stronnictwo Pracy, PPS, Bund, etc. Along with the fascist parties in Pinsk, there were also many counter-revolutionary organizations: Union of Assassins, Legions, Melody Polska, Związek Reservists, Legions of the Young, Luga and a number of others, in which the local population took part, and they were brought up in the nationalist direction of the former lordly Poland. In addition, a large number of former white officers, gendarmes, policemen, provocateurs and agents lived in Pinsk. Most of them fled abroad to Germany, and some were arrested. While studying the connection between military personnel and the local population, it was established that some of the listed categories of counter-revolutionary elements, such as relatives of former people, former members of fascist organizations, etc., penetrate to work at the facilities of the Pinsk military flotilla and establish acquaintance with military personnel. Over the past period, from among the free hire workers, we identified and expelled 164 people from the port of the enemy element. 151 of them were arrested. 662 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu, Pinsk Military Flotilla Marine Collection, 2010, No. 6, p. 6781. With the beginning of the Great Patriotic War, the ship composition of the Pinsk flotilla increased due to the mobilization of civilian ships and included 9 monitors. In July, the Zemchuzin and Rostovets monitors moved from the Danube to the Dnieper, 8 gunboats, 8 patrol ships, 5 minesweepers, and a minlayer, 15 armored boats, a detachment of gliders, 7 floating bases, an anti-aircraft artillery division, a separate air squadron and a company of marines. In addition, the infrastructure of ports and bases was satisfactorily developed. At the beginning of July 1941, the main forces of the flotilla were consolidated into 3 detachments: Berezhinsky, Pripyatsky and Dnieper, which interacted with the troops of the western and southwestern fronts, contributed to holding crossings across the Dnieper and creating a defense on its left bank, and participated in the defense of Kiev. With the outbreak of hostilities, the ships of the flotilla supported the troops of the Western and Southwestern fronts with artillery fire, ensuring the landing of troops and the crossing of Soviet troops. The detachment of sailors operated on land until the end of September 1941. Already in the first days of the war, the Pinsk flotilla suffered serious losses. On June 28, 1941, the head of the PVF Powerbitsky reported to the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF of the USSR, "Due to the lack of communication, I cannot regularly inform you. The situation of the flotilla at this time is not clear. In the Pinsk sector, units are fleeing in disarray, there is no army command, and the flotilla has no contact with the ground forces from June 22 to June 28. However, the commander of the flotilla, Rear Admiral Rogachev, is taking all measures to hold the retreating single troops and defend Pinsk." It was further reported that the Zhabchisi airfield was bombed from the air and the aircraft of the 10th Air Regiment and 8 aircraft of the 46th Air Squadron were destroyed. Thus, the existing aviation in the Pinsk area was destroyed, and the ship Pripyat was also fired upon from an airplane 663. Pripyat is a former wheeled passenger steamer Tatyana. In 1919-1920 as part of the Red Dnieper flotilla. In 1920, it was captured by Polish troops and included in the Polish River Flotilla as a transport. Since 1922, the headquarters ship, scuttled by crew in 1939. Raised in the same year, repaired and on 07-17-1940 included in the Pinsk military flotilla as a headquarters ship called Pripyat. Blown up on September 18, 1941, raised in 1944 but not restored. Displacement 118 tons, length 45 m, speed 7.5 knots. As a result of the bombing on the first day, 8 people were wounded and 1 person was killed, and as of June 27, 1941, 11 people were wounded, 3 people were killed and 5 people who worked in the hydrographic party on the river. They're missing. The operational staff was distributed across all facilities and an operational group led by Zhukov was created at the Doroshevichi rear base. The operational staff were tasked with combating paratroopers, saboteurs and coordinating this work with local groups of fighter battalions 664, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu, Pinsk Military Flotilla Marine Collection, 2010, No. 6, p. 6781. By July 11, 1941, the main forces of the flotilla were consolidated into 3 detachments. Berezinsky, Pripyatsky on the Berezina and Pripyat as part of the Western Front, Dneprovsky on the Dnieper as part of the Southwestern Front. The Berezinsky detachment interacted with the 21st Army, the Pripyatsky detachment with formations of the 4th and 5th Armies, and the Dneprovsky detachment with formations of the 26th and 38th Armies. August 1, 1941, the Special Department of the Western Front reported to Brigade Commissar I. Petrov that in Tripoli 665, Tripoli is a locality in the Kiev region of Ukraine in the Obukhov district, about 40 km from Kiev. It is located at the confluence of the Stugna, Krasnaya and Bobritsa rivers where 3 river valleys converge. 3 fields. Former residents of Tripoli who were expelled at one time and repressed for banditry and counter-revolutionary activities flocked. The male part of the population of this area usually ended up in the Red Army with a large dropout rate, since in the past it was associated with counter-revolutionary activities. However, upon mobilization in connection with the outbreak of war, everyone was called up. This circumstance led to mass desertion of persons mobilized for service, many of whom deserted with weapons and returned home. The base for a significant concentration of armed deserters was the impenetrable swampy and wooded areas adjacent to the Goshchevo and Bizradichi tracts. According to operational data, there were up to 100 bandits there. Employees of the special departments of the NKVD believed that agents of Ukrainian counterintelligence and German intelligence had specially arrived there from behind the cordon. The gang of armed deserters was dangerous not only because in the event of the withdrawal of the Red Army units to the left bank of the Dnieper, it could strike the Soviet units in the back, but it was even more dangerous because its members would be actively used by the Germans to fight the partisan movement and those remaining for work in the rear of the German army by Soviet people. Petrov asked the head of the 3rd Department of the NKO Mikheev to allocate a detachment of 100 fighters who would immediately begin to eliminate the gang of armed deserters hiding in the swamps of the Goshchevo Tract. 666 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 59 L 13. In order to eliminate the gang of armed deserters, a task force of the Special Department was formed in August 1941, which took part in the operation to destroy the bandits. In June-September 1941, the flotilla provided effective support to army units on the borders of the rivers of the Dnieper basin, supporting them with artillery fire, covering their crossings and destroying enemy ones. The most fierce battles in which the Pinsk flotilla took part occurred in August-September 1941, when the enemy managed to destroy a significant part of the Soviet ships. The attempt made on August 25 to break through the flotilla ships to Kiev ended in failure. The report of the Special Department of the PVF to the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF dated September 1, 1941 noted that Rear Admiral Rogachev, who was in Kiev regardless of the current situation, ordered all combat units, including the base of the Pripyat Flotilla Detachment, to, with the exception of 3 ships, carry out a breakthrough in the direction of Kiev from August 25 to August 26. As a result of extreme disorganization, as well as due to some carelessness on the part of the command, the ships of the flotilla during their breakthrough were shot at point-blank range by the enemy from both banks of the Dnieper. Losses in the personnel of these ships and watercraft ranged from 40 to 50% in relation to the total number. The operatives of the 3rd Department who participated in the breakthrough, political instructor Zhukov and Frolov, drew attention to the high risk of a breakthrough at any cost in the absence of complete data regarding the surrounding situation, and also pointed out the inappropriateness of including the mobile base of the Pripyat detachment in the breakthrough group. 667 Archive of the FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F14 Op 6 D 60 L 24-26. In just one day on August 26, according to the Special Department of the Flotilla, 2 gunboats, 5 patrol ships, 2 armored boats, a minelayer, 2 minesweepers, 4 tugboats and several barges with artillery ammunition, technical, clothing and skipper equipment were lost. A tragic fate befell the Berezinski Flotilla detachment that broke through on the night of August 31, 1941, when the enemy destroyed 2 monitors, 2 gunboats, 3 armored boats and 2 patrol ships. On September 15, 1941, the Pinsk military flotilla fought its last battles near Kiev. When all the ammunition was used up, the sailors blew up their ships, raising signals to them. "I'm dying, but I'm not giving up." The sailors who came ashore and the surviving employees of the Special Department of the Flotilla continued to fight alongside the ground forces. About 100 people managed to escape the encirclement and, after passing a check conducted by employees of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF, were sent to serve in other fleets and flotillas. On October 6, 1941, by order of the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy, the Pinsk military flotilla was disbanded. Pipe C military flotilla. The Chad military flotilla was created in April 1918 and took part in hostilities in the spring and summer of 1919 against Yadenich's troops. Disbanded in August 1919. It was re-established in July 1941 to assist Soviet troops and provide lake communications in the Leningrad direction. The main base of the flotilla was Gdov. The flotilla included a division of gunboats, 3 units, a messenger ship, 7 lake and river armed steamers, a hospital ship, a communications ship, 13 motorboats and several barges. In mid-July 1941, the Black Sea Fleet, interacting with the troops of the 11th Rifle Corps, defended the coast of Lake Peipus, the Gdowski combat sector of the Leningrad front. In connection with the withdrawal of Soviet troops to Leningrad by order of the Soviet command on August 13, 1941, the ships of the Black Sea Fleet were scuttled, and the personnel fought their way to the Narva area. 668, Great Patriotic War 1941-1945, Encyclopedia, M. 1985, p. 787, Naval Dictionary ed. V.N. Chnavina, M. 1989. Conclusion: the SMERSH counterintelligence agencies operated for a short time, just over 3 years. Already in May 1946, SMERSH became part of the USSR Ministry of State Security and was transformed into the third main directorate of the USSR Ministry of State Security, which now manages military counterintelligence agencies. Nevertheless, during this short time, naval security officers managed to take their rightful place in the history of Russia. An effective and combat-ready structure of the state security bodies of the USSR naval counterintelligence, having gone through harsh and difficult years of formation, fully manifested itself during the Great Patriotic War. It was she who was at the outpost of the fight against enemy intelligence, becoming a reliable shield that protected our fleet from the penetration of enemy agents. The acquired skills of operational work, determination, perseverance, personal courage and heroism of the employees made it possible to resist an experienced enemy during the war. As a result, the activities of German intelligence and counterintelligence agencies were practically paralyzed, and a significant blow was dealt to enemy agents. Unfortunately, the SMERSH authorities were unable to avoid tragic mistakes. Being hostages of that harsh time, they sometimes doomed the innocent to long suffering. Subsequent generations of counterintelligence officers corrected the mistakes of their predecessors, returning good names to hundreds of victims. A significant part of the results of the operational activities of the SMERSH missile defense complex of the NKVMF during the Great Patriotic War, in particular the work behind the front, is still classified as secret. The confrontation between the special services continues. The interest of foreign intelligence services in the Russian Navy is increasing, so the current naval counterintelligence officers remain at the forefront, using in their work the experience and operational skills accumulated during the war by previous generations. On the pages of this book, the authors tried, as far as possible, to lift the veil of secrecy over the history of the creation and development of domestic naval counterintelligence, to talk about events and, most importantly, about the people who carried out counterintelligence support for the country's navy at different times and in different, sometimes very difficult, dangerous and not always clearly perceived environment. The process of development of the operational art of naval counterintelligence is shown on the basis of real operations and activities carried out during the war, which, for obvious reasons, are revealed somewhat schematically and in general terms. This is especially true for intelligence work and the activities of naval counterintelligence officers behind the front line. At the same time, all the activities of the security officers have become a worthy contribution to the theory and practice of operational work, being an invaluable storehouse of information and experience for new generations of counterintelligence officers of the Russian Navy. The activities of security agencies are multifaceted. Its various aspects are assessed ambiguously by public opinion. But no one questions the need for the Russian state to have a strong counterintelligence system. Application list of naval counterintelligence employees who killed during the Great Patriotic War. 1. Abramenko Andrei Nikitovich, B. 1915 in the village of Shumikhino, Znamensky district, Smolensk region, Russian. Political instructor, senior detective officer of the NKVDO of the 1st Submarine Brigade of the KBFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing on June 28, 1941 in Liepaja, Latvia. 2. Avarin Ivan Igorovich B. in 1915 in the village, Artborki, Zadonsky district, Oryol region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of the 1st Submarine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He died in March 1942 in the city of Tuapse, Krasnodar territory. 3. Agasiev Suren Ivanovich B. in 1912 in Derbent, Armenian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in November 1941 in Crimea. 4. Eider Ivan Andreevich B. in 1905 in the village of Sementsovo, Taropetsk district, Kalinin region, Estonian. Sergeant, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD KBFL, member of the KSUB. Died in August 1941 in the region of Svard during the evacuation from Tallinn. 5. Azhishchev, foreman of the second article of the NKVD CHFL, died on March 2, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 6. Aksenov Dmitry Alexeyevich B. in 1900 in Moscow, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libovsk Naval Base of the KBFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on October 1, 1941 in the Tallinn region. 7. Alfred Grigory Stepanovich B. in 1907 in the village of Popovka, Rososhansky district, Voronezh region, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the passage of ships from Tallinn. 8. Andrei Yashin Nikolai Ivanovich B. in 1915 in Narofominsk, Moscow region, Russian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Squadron of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. Died in December 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet. 9. Anisimov Georgy Gabriel Alexeyevich B. in 1903 in the village, Bykovo, Kursk region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He died in 1942 in the region of Sevastopol. 10. Antosevich Fedor Ivanovich B. in 1915 in the village, Chernigov, Zaporizhzhia region, Ukrainian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 1st Submarine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. Died in January 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet. 11. Arsenyev Alexander Alexandrovich B. in 1910 in the village of B. Dobra, Krasninsky district, Smolensk region, Russian. Sergeant, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the Komsomol. He went missing in January 1942 in the Sudak region of the Crimean region. 12. Artyom Fedor Efimovich B. in 1913 in the village, Basin, Pologovsky district, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 3rd Marine Regiment of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 13. Akramenko Vasily Efimovich B. 0101-1918 in the village of Lomovichi, Domenovichi district, Brest region, Belarusian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the Smershrak of the Northern Defensive Region of the Northern Fleet, member of the KSUB. Died in October 1944 in the city of Pechenga, Murmansk region. 14. Babanov Vasily Mikhailovich B. in 1913 in the city of Kokhma, Ivanovo region, Russian. Sergeant, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 while crossing from Tallinn. 15. Bazhenov Mikhail Ivanovich B. in 1916 in the village, Pyryevka, Taikovsky district, Ivanovo region, Russian. Sergeant, Assistant to the Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Coastal Detachment of the Main Base of the Baltic Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 on the BFL. 16. Bardakov, Private Red Navy man of the NKVD organization of the Kirk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet. He went missing on March 2, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 17. Basil Ivan Mikhailovich B. 0309-1919 in the village, round Michurinsky district, Tambov region, Russian. Political instructor authorized by the NKVD Coastal Defense Organization of the main base of the KBFL. Member of the Komsomol. He went missing in 1941 in Paldiski, Estonia. 18. Bikirov Shevkat B. in 1916 in the village of Biak Moskovia, Balaklava district, Crimean region, Tatar. Petty officer first article, driver of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol, died on May 12, 1944 during the liberation of Sevastopol. 19. Biletsky Ivan Yakovlevich B. in 1904 in the village, Suswide, Vishdubasansky district, Chernigov region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, senior detective officer of the 6th branch of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He died in 1942 in the region of Sevastopol. 20. Belkov Sergei Vasilievich B. in 1916 in the village of Sazanovka, Nakus district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 on the BFL. 21. Belachuk Ivan Timofeyevich B. in 1914 in the village, Popeluki, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Sergeant, detective officer of the NKVD of the 68th Marine Rifle Brigade of the Southwestern Fleet, member of the Komsomol, died on 0308-1942 in the village, Merzhanovka, Taganrog district, Rostov region. 22. Belyakov Ivan Stepanovich B. in 1914 in the village, Dubovskoy, Rostov region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Special Air Group of the Air Force of the Black Fleet, member of the KSUB, killed on December 11, 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 23. Berezin Nikolai Yakovlevich B. in 1902 in the village of Zorino, Kirov region, Russian. Sergeant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD organization of the Azov Flotilla of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB, killed in October 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet. 24. Borysyuk Mikhail Fedorovich B. in 1918 in the village, Gentleman of the Kiev region, Ukrainian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 26, 1941 while moving from Tallinn. 25. Besov Petr Fedorovich B. in 1918 in the village, Borky, Kursk region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD Naval Base of the Hanko Peninsula BFL, member of the KSUB, died in 1941 on the BFL. 26. Bliznitsov Fedor Ivanovich B. in 1916 Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 28, 1941 while moving from Tallinn. 27. Borovkov Nikolai Petrovich B. in 1908 in the Leningrad region, Russian. Captain, Senior Detective of the 3rd Branch of the Smershrock BFL, member of the KSUB, died in August 1944 on the BFL. 28. Bublikov Alexei Nikolaevich B. in 1915 in Anapa, Krasnodar territory, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB, died in May 1942. 29. Gyurevov Andrei Timofeyevich B. in 1919 in the village of Bormjinsky district, Leningrad region, Russian. Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Air Group of the Air Force of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi, missing in December 1942. 30. Bushin Leonid Iosifovich B. in 1917 in Nizhny Tagil, Sverdlovsk region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the 7th Branch of the NKVD CHFL, Member of the Tsubi, died 04/17/1942. 31. Bushkin Alexander Nikolaevich B. in 1918 in the village, Bolshaya Gryaznyk, Balashovsky district, Saratov region, Russian. Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the 83rd Marine Rifle Brigade of the Marine Corps Prim SKF, Member of the Tsubi, died on 02/02/1944 in the region of the village, Vaxis of the Crimean region. 32. Bychkov Mikhail Georgievich B. in 1911 in the village of Zemskaya, Kasimovsky district, Moscow region, Russian. Lieutenant Colonel, Deputy Head of the Smersh Design and Development Department of the Leningrad Naval Base, Member of the BCPB. He died in August 1944 at the Leningrad Naval Base. 33. Vagin Anton Fedorovich B. in 1918 Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD Organization of the Oranienbaum Military Port of the Baltic Fleet, died in January 1942. 34. Valov Leonid Ilyich B. in 1918 Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the 1st Branch of the NKVD BFL, Member of the Tsubi. He died in August 1941 on the Baltic Fleet and was buried on the island, Gotland. 35. Varganov Grigory Petrovich B. in 1904 in the Ivanovo region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk sector of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi, died in February 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet. 36. Vasenko Porfiry Filipovich B. in 1906 in the village, Luzevo, Voronezh region, Ukrainian. Senior Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the Poti Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi. He died in January 1944 in the Black Sea Fleet during the landing on the Kirk Peninsula. 37. Vasily Ivan Stepanovich B. in 1914 in the village of Semenovka, Oryol region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, Member of the Tsubi, killed in June 1941 during a battle on the destroyer Navalny on the Baltic Fleet. 38. Verbitsky Vasily Ivanovich B. in 1906 in the area of Art, Rybnitsa, Mari Autonomous Republic, Senior Lieutenant, Head of the Department of the NKVD of the Pinsk Military Flotilla of the Western Fleet, Member of the Tsubi, missing in action on 10/01/1941 in the B. 39. Vatakin Pavel Tikhanovich B. in 1915 in Voronezh, Russian. Petty Officer of the 1st Article, Watchman of the NKVD CHFL, Member of the Tsubi, killed in July 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 40. Vinogradov Sergei Pavlovich B. in 1912 in the village of Melvo, Smolensk region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Squadron of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi. Killed in October 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet. 41. Vishniakov Fedor Evtikivich B. in 1906 in the village, Kamenka, Dnepropetrovsk region. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the BFL Squadron, Member of the Tsubi, died in April 1942 on the BFL. 42. Vovashkin Dmitry Andreevich Onofrievich B. 0813-1908 in the village of Galedovtsy, Kamenets-Podolsk district, Khmelnytsky region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 116th Separate Naval Rifle Brigade of the BRF, Member of the Tsubi, died on February 23, 1943, buried in the village of Bandiki, Arsenyevsky district, Tula region. 43. Volobuev Alexei Andreevich B. 0331,913 in the village. Volobuevka, Kursk region, Russian. Captain, Senior Detective of the 5th Branch of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 44. Voronin Dmitry Yakovlevich B. in 1907 in the village of Nafdovo, Mishkinsky district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Foreman of the Botovo NKVD CHFL. He went missing in 1943 in the Sevastopol region. 45. Vyazemsky Ivan Ivanovich B. in 1916 driver of the OO-NKVD BFL. He went missing on November 9, 1941 during the evacuation from the island Dago, Hiuma on BFL. 46. Vyotkin Gennady Stepanovich B. in 1904 in the city of Kirov village of Pastin, Kostroma region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Intelligence Officer of the 3rd Department of the Destroyer Strashny BFL. Member of the KSUB. Died on July 16, 1941 in the BF. 47. Gavrilov Gavril Gavrilovich B. in 1917 Sergeant, Detective Officer of the 5th Branch of the OO-NKVD BFL. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 48. Ganzenko Dmitry Nikolaevich B. in 1911 in the village Grigorievka 2, Donetsk region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the 3rd Branch of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in May 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet. 49. Galashkin Alexander Ivanovich B. in August 1903 in the village Ivanovka, Amur region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the 1st Branch of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 50. Galkenko Petr Ilyich B. in 1913 in Grozny, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD OO of the 138th Separate Naval Rifle Brigade LENF. Member of the KSUB. Died on January 22, 1943 while breaking the siege of Leningrad. 51. Gerin Kazmyakovlevich B. in 1914 in the village of Ostry Luki, Trubchevsky district, Oryol region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD OO of the 8th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSUB. He died in July 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 52. Gainolainen Gaio Andreevich B. in 1905 in the village of Uskoli or Aninbaum district, Leningrad region, Finn. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 3rd Department of the BFL. Member of the KSUB. Missing in action on November 6, 1941 in Estonia. 53. Golovin Sergei Leonidovich B. in 1902 in Kaluga, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in November 1941 in the battle on Svorb. 54. Golyubov Nikolai Sergeyevich B. in 1904 in the village of Konkovo, Galiksky district, Kostroma region, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD OO of the 10th Air Brigade of the BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 55. Gradan Vasily Mikhailovich B. in 1912 in the village Klepoli, Glashevsky district, Kursk region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD Coastal Defense Organization of the Chelyabinsk Fleet. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 56. Grayadunov Ivan Dmitrievich B. in 1914 in the area of Art, Murzovskaya in the Rostov region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD OO of the Libau Naval Base BFL. Member of the KSUB. Missing on 06.11, 1941 during the evacuation from the island, Ezel, Sermaya. 57. Gubenov Viktor Andreevich B. in 1918 in Moscow, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Coast Guard of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 58. Gurzhy Andrei Kuzmik B. in 1913 on the Novopavlovka farm, Volgograd region, Ukrainian. Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. Died 02-22-1942. 59. Davidov Philip Emelianovich B. in 1913 in the village, Clean Puddles, Vetkovsky district, Gomel region, Belarus. Senior Lieutenant OONKVD 1st Separate Marine Brigade BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on September 25, 1941 in the area of Novopeterhof. 60. Danilov Petr Matveevich B. in 1914 in Leningrad, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of a separate reconnaissance squadron of the BFL, member of the KSUB. Died in September 1941 in the region of Novoladoga, Leningrad region. 61. Dvoryaninov Mikhail Fedorovich B. in 1913 in the village, Bolshoy Sudachi, Rudnyansky district, Volgograd region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD SFL, member of the KSUB. Died in August 1941 in the SFL. 62. Denjin Stepan Zakharovich B. in 1896 in the village of Linovo, Kalcharinsky district, Kirov region, Russian. Served in the OONKVD VTS BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in the fall of 1941. 63. Dibierov Goda Ibrahimovich B. in 1917 in the village, Kazibegar of the Bnoksky district of Dagestan, Kamik. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 3, 1942 in Sevastopol. 64. Ditanenko Naum Evgenievich B. in 1915 in the village, Ranensk, Tsayarupinsky district, Kherson region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smershrak of the 255th Marine Brigade of the SCF, member of the KSUB. Died on April 20, 1943 in the Novorossiysk region. 65. Dmitry Andrei Dmitrievich B. in 1913 in the village of Gedimi, Vishnovolodsk district, Tver region, Russian. Sergeant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 2, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 66. Dubshak Semyon Maximovich B. in 1906 in the village, Zhabinsy, Khmelnytsky region, Ukrainian. Head of the telephone exchange of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 67. Evstratov Mikhail Semenovich B. in 1916 in the village of Valina, Luga district, Leningrad region. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 on the BFL. 68. Yuri Alexander Dmitrievich B. in 1916 in the city of Neravla, Gomel region, Belarus. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet. 69. Efimov Boris Georgievich B. in 1901 in Leningrad, Russian. Quartermaster Technician 1st Rank, Operational Officer of the NKVD of the Black Sea Fleet Marine Corps Battalion, member of the KSUB. Died on December 31, 1941 in the Sevastopol region. 70. Zhavrenkov Alexei Alexeyevich B. in 1915 in the village, Aksintino, Tula region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the BFL Squadron, member of the KSUB, died 05/21/1942-71. Jalov Mikhail Samoilovich, B. in 1915 in the locality Zhurin, Shargrad district, Vinnytsia region. Jew. Captain, Deputy Head of the NKVD-OO of the 8th Air Brigade of the BFL. Member of the KSUB. Died on November 19, 1942 on Lake Ladoga in an airplane accident. 72. Zarevlev Konstantin Lavrentievich, B. in 1903 in Leningrad, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 28, 1941 on the BFL. 73. Zaviteyev Nikolay Vasilievich, B. in 1913 in the village of B. Makarov, Kashinsky district, Tver region, Russian. Sergeant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD-OO of the 17th Marine Battalion of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in February 1942 in the region of Krasnoprokopsk, Crimean region. 74. Zaitsev Alexei Vasilievich, B. in 1911 in Leningrad, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. Missing in action on August 28, 1941. 75. Zaitsev Georgy Ivanovich, B. in 1912 in Mariupol, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD-OO of the Libau Naval Base BFL. Member of the KSUB. Missing on June 28, 1942. 76. Zaitsev Grigory Vasilievich, B. 1013-1904 in the village of Zabalotovo, Vichuga district, Ivanovo region, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD-OO of the 83rd Separate Naval Brigade of the SKF. Member of the KSUB. Died on May 15, 1942 in the city of Kirk, Crimean region. 77. Zakharov Nikolay Gavrilovich, B. in 1917 in the village of Parfyonov, Vashkinsky district, Vologda region, Russian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the Komsomol. He went missing on August 28, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 78. Zakharov Nikolai Ivanovich, B. in 1915 in the village Baltanovka, Volinsky district, Saratov region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 on the BFL. 79. Zaklopkin Mikhail Ivanovich, B. in 1903 in Leningrad, Russian. Sergeant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in September 1941 in the Kronstadt region. 80. Zalupyuk Petr Ustyanovich, B. in 1888 in the city of Berdichev, Zhytomyr region, Ukrainian. Regimental Commissar, Head of the 1st Department of the NKVD PA of the Kronstadt Fortress BFL. Member of the KSUB. Died on December 18, 1941 in Kronstadt. 81. Zelinsky Vasily Mitrofanovich Mironovich, B. in 1918 in Kiev, Ukrainian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the Komsomol. He went missing in 1941 in the Sevastopol region. 82. Zip Mikhail Zinovievich, B. in 1917 in the city of Genichesk, Kherson region, Jew. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD-OO of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1941 in the Sevastopol region. 83. Zitserman Grigory Ilyich, B. in 1903 in Odessa, Jew. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. He died in November 1941 on the sea transport Armenia. 84. Zetov Alexander Madvievich, B. in 1918 in Baku, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smershrak of the Azov Flotilla of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSUB. Died on January 23, 1944 during the landing on the Kirk Peninsula. 85. Zyarin Stepan Andreevich B. in 1905 in the village, Soltanovka, Novosilsky district, Oryol region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Head of the Department of the NKVD Leningrad Military Base, Member of the KSUB, missing on December 6, 1942. 86. Ivanov Dmitry Petrovich, Sergeant, Detective Officer of the Smersh 11th Guards Naval Rifle Brigade Cal F. He went missing in April 1943 in the Moscow Military District. 87. Ivanov Ivan Kryovich B. 0822-1907 in the village of B. Sergeyevka, Tamelinsky District, Penza region, Russian. Captain, Senior Detective Officer of the Smersh Naval Base of the Baltic Fleet, Member of the KSUB. He died on December 23, 1943 during the passage from Kronstadt on the ship TSCH Raduga. 88. Ivanov Maxim Alyanovich B. in 1918 in the village, Kevskoy, Ipetovsky District, Stavropol Territory, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the 3rd Branch of the NKVD of the 63rd Air Brigade of the Black Air Force, Member of the KSUB. Died on December 28, 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet. 89. Ivanov Nikolay Tikhonovich B. in 1905 in the village, Kostry, Smolensk region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Investigator of the NKVD BFL, Member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 on the BFL. 90. Ivanov Prokofy Zakharovich B. in 1900 in the village of Ostrov, Leningrad region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk Naval Base CHFL, Member of the KSUB. He went missing on September 09, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 91. Ilyin Pavel Nikolaevich B. in 1912 in the village, Ivanovka, Ochkovsky District, Nikolaev region. Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, Member of the KSUB. He went missing on June 28, 1941 in the region of Libau, Lipa. 92. Ilmenov Vladimir Vasilievich B. in 1912 in Leningrad, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, Member of the KSUB. Missing in action on June 28, 1941 on the BFL. 93. Kazakov Alexei Timofeyevich B. in 1917 in the village, Hvatovka Bazarno Karabyalaksky District, Saratov region, Russian. Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the White Sea Flotilla, Member of the KSUB. He died on June 15, 1944 in the Moscow Evacuation Hospital. 94. Kalor Lyudmila Nikitakna B. in 1919 in Simferopol, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Secretary Cipher Officer of the Smersh Kirk Peninsula, Black Sea Fleet, Member of the KSUB. Died in 1945 in the Black Sea Fleet. 95. Karago Vasily Vasilievich B. in 1914 in Vitebsk, Belarus. Cryptographer NKVD BFL, Member of the KSUB. Died on 08/30/1941 on the ship Volodarsky during the passage from Tallinn. 96. Keretnikov Anatoly Semenovich B. in 1913, Senior Lieutenant, Operations Officer of the 3rd Department of the Naval Base of the Hanko Peninsula BFL, Member of the KSUB. He went missing on December 3, 1941 on the BFL. 97. Karnak Alexei Semenovich B. in 1914 in Khabarovsk, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 9th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the KSUB. He went missing in July 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 98. Kartavkin Nikolai Mikhailovich B. in 1904 in the village, Chnaya Sloboda, Shatsky District, Ryazan region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Detective of the 3rd Branch of the NKVD CHFL, Member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 99. Krugev Vladimir Matveevich B. in 1915 in the village, BO of the Adler district of the Krasnodar region, Russian. Junior political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on March 2, 1942 in the region of Gogland, 100. Kerry Vasily Vasilievich, secretary cryptographer of the NKVD BFL. He went missing on August 28, 1941 on the BFL, 101. Katanov Alexander Mikhailovich B. in 1908 senior political instructor, secretary of the party bureau of the NKVD BFL. Died on August 27, 1941 on the BF during the evacuation from Tallinn, 102. Kisel Stanislav Andreevich B. in 1913 in the village, Wudendubka in Mikhailovsky district, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD OO of the 9th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. Killed on May 31, 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol, 103. Klimov Pavel Romanovich B. in January 1907 in Leningrad, Russian. Lieutenant, senior detective officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet, 104. Kliui Grigory Ivanovich B. in 1911 in the village, Cherevki Lazarkovsky district, Poltava region, Ukrainian. Employee of the NKVD CHFL. Died in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet, 105. Nizhnikov Magdenisovich B. in 1910 in the area of Art, Nagutskaya in the Stavropol territory. Senior Lieutenant Operational Officer of the Smershrak of the 255th Marine Brigade of the SCF, member of the KSUB. Died on February 11, 1943 in the North Caucasus Military District, 106. Kobernik Moisey Alexeyevich B. 0828-1905 in the village, Sitkovtsy, Nemirovsky District, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Major, head of the NKVD OO of the 79th Naval Rifle Brigade of the SKF, member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 1, 1942 in the Sevastopol region, 107. Kovalev Albert Andreevich B. in 1908 in the village, Mokashevka Tambov region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, head of the NKVD OO of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing in January 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet, 108. Kovalev Mikhail Alexandrovich B. in 1908 in the city of Kislovodsk, Krasnodar territory. Senior detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 28, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn, 109. Kolobkov Evgeny Vasilievich B. in 1912 in Leningrad, Russian. Lieutenant, head of the 3rd Department of the NKVD OO of the 2nd Submarine Brigade of the BFL, member of the KSUB. Died on August 29, 1941 in the Baltic Sea on the submarine S5, 110. Kolobov Ivan Grigorievich B. in 1894 in the village of Salovo, Belaip-Murashkinsky district, Nizhny Novgorod region. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on November 6, 1941 in the region of Ezel, Sarma, 111. Konovalov Mikhail Vasilievich. He died in March 1944 and was buried in the mass grave of paratroopers in Nikolaev, 112. Kolomets Ivan Vasilievich B. in 1921 in Art, Starotitarovskaya, Temryuk district, Krasnodar region, Russian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol. He went missing in 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol, 113. Korzik Ivan Lavrentievich B. in 1917 in the village, Poloyanenki, Peraslavsky district, Kiev region, Ukrainian. Political instructor, assistant detective of the 1st branch of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB, died in November 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet. 114. Korovkin Boris Maximovich B. in 1914 in the village, Nilushi, Zadonsk district, Lipetsk region, Russian. Senior investigator of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 115. Korsunsky Levi Osifovich B. in 1912 in Kirovograd, Jew. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB, died on June 19, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 116. Kuryev Valerian Yakovlevich B. in 1912 in Cheboksary, Chuvashia, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of a separate brigade of patrol ships of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB, died on September 2, 1944 in the Black Sea Fleet. 117. Kramarenko Nikolai Osipovich B. in 1911 in the village, Trushevka in the Kiev region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the BFL Squadron, member of the KSUB, missing in action on January 15, 1943. 118. Krasikov Ivan Mikhailovich B. in 1915 in the village, Shash Cinema of Shimershinsky district of Chuvashia, political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died 0408-1942 on the island, Levensari. 119. Krivrotoi Ivan Efimovich B. in 1909 in Kirovograd, driver of the NKVD of the northern fortified sector of the Baltic Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on November 6, 1941 in the region of Dago, Hiumaya. 120. Krivorenko Mikhail Kripovich B. in 1913 in the area of Art, Kaganovich in the Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of the 1st Separate Marine Corps Brigade of the Baltic Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 121. Krizhin Mikhail Petrovich B. 0718-1918 in the village, Kabanovka Kinel Cherkasy district, Samara region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, employee of the Smersh Design and Development Department of the Vladivostok Coastal Defense Sector of the Pacific Fleet, died on August 13, 1945 in the port of Saishin in Korea. The title of Hero of the Soviet Union was awarded posthumously on September 14, 1945. 122. Kuvekin Anatoly Kryovich B. in 1907 in Leningrad, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on November 6, 1941 during the evacuation from the island, Dago, Hiuma. 123. Kuznetsov Vasily Lentivich B. in 1915 in the village of Pokrovskoye, Chinsky district, Tula region, Russian. Political instructor, assistant detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in August 1941 on the BFL. 124. Lakov Sergey Ivanovich B. in 1909 in Odessa, duty commandant of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 125. Laptov Ivan Fedorovich B. in 1919 in the village of Maloklyachevo, Sergak district, Gorky region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 9th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on 0709-1942 in the Sevastopol area. 126. Larionov Alexander Stepanovich B. in 1905 in the city of Staraya Russa, Leningrad region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Deputy Head of the NKVD Department of the 10th Air Brigade of the Baltic Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on 0708-1941 in the region of Piarnu, Estonia. 127. Larionov Vladimir Andreevich B. in 1916 in Leningrad, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the 5th branch of the NKVD, Coastal Defense SFL. Member of the KSU B. Died on May 10, 1942 in Leningrad. 128. Larkina Zoya Mikhailovna B. in 1918 in Chelyabinsk, Russian. Clerk typist of the Smersh Design and Development Department of the 3rd Naval Brigade of the Baltic Fleet. Died on April 29, 1944 in Leningrad. 129. Levchenko Petr Alexandrovich B. in 1915 Lieutenant Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSU B. He went missing in December 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 130. Lesnitsky David Israelovich genus in 1910 in Odessa, Jew. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSU B. Died on November 7, 1941 in the Sevastopol region. 131. Litvinov Vasily Yakovlevich B. 0209-1902 on the Krutinko Farm, Zmyivsky District, Kharkov region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 4th branch of the NKVD of the White Sea Military Flotilla. Member of the KSU B. Died on March 17, 1942 in Molotovsk, Arkhangelsk region. 132. Litvinov Nikolay Ivanovich B. in 1918 in the city of Genichesk, Kherson region, Russian. Boat mechanic at the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSU B. He went missing in July 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 133. Litvinov Petr Makrovich B. in 1916 in the village of Kostovo, Novgorod region. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL. Member of the KSU B. He went missing on 0803-1941 when ships were leaving Tallinn. 134. Lopatasy Vastian Efimovich B. in 1915 in the village of Rozev, Makarovsky District, Kiev region. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the 1st branch of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSU B. He went missing on August 30, 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 135. Lukyanov Alexander Lvovich B. in 1904 in locality Elizavetinskaya, Azov District, Rostov region, Russian. Captain, Senior Operational Officer of the Smersh Krok of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Chelyabinsk Fleet. Member of the KSU B. Died on September 13, 1943 in the Novorossiysk region. 136. Lisyuk Mikhail Sergeyevich B. in 1919 in the city of Glukov, Sumy region, Ukrainian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSU B. He went missing in 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 137. Merov Alexander Alexeyevich B. in 1915 in the village Litsovo, Yaroslav region, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the KSU B. He went missing in August 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 138. Makarenko Pavlina Sergeyevna B. in 1912 in the village Karolenko, Melitopol district, Zaporizhzhia region, Ukrainian. Maintenance, cleaning lady of the NKVD CHFL. She went missing in July 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 139. Momenov Vasily Ilyich B. in 1913 at Mine 421 in the Donetsk region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 8th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the KSU B. He went missing in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 140. Marinich Vasily Danilovich, Senior Red Navy man, rifleman of the 798th Separate Rifle Company of the NKVD CHFL. He died in 1943 during the liberation of Novorossiysk. 141. Maslov Alexander Sergeyevich B. in 1904 Russian. Senior detective officer of the NKVD of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 142. Medov Alexander Petrovich B. in 1917 in the village of Zolotovo, Tikhvin district, Leningrad region. Russian. Detective officer of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 143. Meek Nikolai Vasilievich B. in 1917 in Leningrad, Estonian. Controller of the VTSOO NKVD BFL. He went missing on August 28, 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 144. Melnikov Sergei Nikitovich B. in 1912 in the village, Zaluzy Starodorozhny district, Minsk region, Belarus. Belarusian. Senior political instructor, senior investigator of the NKVD BFL. Member of the Tsubi. Died on August 29, 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 145. Melnikov Yakov Alexandrovich B. in 1909 in the village of Kupetskoye, Podpresky district, Leningrad region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD BFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing in August 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 146. Meles Nikolai Maximovich B. in 1907 in Odessa, Ukrainian. Political instructor, senior detective officer of the NKVD of the 1st Naval Brigade as in the card Black Sea Fleet. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing in October 1941 while leaving the Chongar Peninsula for the Black Sea Fleet. 147. Merlin Boris Kemovich B. in 1912 in the village of Zaviarizhi, Mogilev region, Jew. Senior political instructor, deputy head of the department of the NKVD BFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing on August 28, 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 148. Meshalkin Alexander Fedorovich B. in 1912 in the village of Glashikha, Armakovsky district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Senior political instructor, head of the NKVD of the 3rd Marine Regiment of the Black Sea Fleet. Member of the Tsubi. Died on November 5, 1941 in the Sevastopol region. 149. Mironova Yeranda Nikolaevna B. in 1910 in the village of Southeast Lyantinskaya, Velsky district, Arkhangelsk region, Russian. Clerk typist of the NKVD of the Ladoga Flotilla BFL. Died on January 28, 1942 in the BFL. 150. Mikhailov Sergei Pavlovich B. 10.22.1911 in Kronstadt, Leningrad region, Russian. Lieutenant Captain, Senior Operational Officer of the Smersh-RD team of the USSR Navy NK Ships Detachment. Member of the Tsubi. Died on April 30, 1944 in the Barents Sea. 151. Monastirskaya Zinaida Nikandrovna. Clerk typist of the NKVD BFL. She went missing on August 30, 1941 while leaving Tallinn. 152. Monastirsky Grigory Igorovich B. in 1879 on the Nemeshlia farm, Kharkov region, Ukrainian. Fireman OO NKVD CHFL. He went missing in July 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 153. Morozov Anatoly Sergeyevich B. in 1914 in the village of B. Ryabtsevo, Var region, Russian. Officer of the OO NKVD BFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing on August 28, 1941 on the BFL. 154. Motorov Ivan Nikolaevich B. in 1912 in Rostov, Yaroslav region, Russian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 1st Department of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing in July 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 155. Makranov Nikolai Petrovich B. in 1910 in the village Zanovo, Pilnensky district, Gorky region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Naval Base of the Ganj Peninsula BFL. Died on June 27, 1941 on the destroyer Storys Hawaii on the Baltic Fleet. 156. Mayabkov Ivan Ustinovich B. in 1904 in the city of Sobinka, Ivanovo region. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 1st Submarine Brigade of the BFL. Member of the Tsubi. He went missing on August 28, 1941 on the BFL. 157. Nagorny Nikolai Sergeyevich B. in 1913 in the village Game of Ivanovo district, Kursk region, Russian. Driver of the NKVD CHFL. He died in May 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 158. Naumov Vasily Emelianovich B. in 1918 in the village Birch, Dmitrievsky district, Kursk region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the 255th Marine Brigade Prim SF. Member of the Tsubi. Died on December 6, 1943 in the Edvo. 159. Netyaga Alexander Fedorovich, Operational Officer of the NKVD of the 83rd Marine Rifle Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, died on March 17, 1942 in the region of Kirk, Crimean region. 160. Nikiforov Vasily Antipovich B. in 1918 in the village of Rizhikovo, Gdovsky district, Leningrad region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, Member of the Tsubi, died in October 1941. 161. Nikitev Sergei Nikitovich B. in 1918 in the Ryazan region, Russian. Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the Kolberg Naval Base of the Baltic Fleet, Member of the Tsubi, died in May 1945 on the BFL. 162. Nikolyak Arkady Avksentievich B. in 1917 in the city of Rzavindadvar region, Russian. Captain, Operational Officer of the Smersh of the Azov Flotilla of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi. He died in October 1943 in the city of Temryuk, Krasnodar territory. 163. Novikov Alexander Mikhailovich B. in 1910 in Salt Sea, Leningrad region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Deputy Head of the NKVD of the BFL Submarine Brigade, Member of the Tsubi. He died in March 1942 and was buried at the Novoderivenskoye Cemetery in Belarus. 164. Novikov Nikolai Arkhipavich B. 0424-1915 in Aktyubinsk in Kazakhstan, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 74th Separate Naval Brigade of the Northwestern Front, Member of the Tsubi, died on 02/02/1942 in the village of Shkotavichi, Tikhvin district, Leningrad region. 165. Ovsyanikov Pavel Ivanovich B. in 1911 in the village Sosnovka, Pokvistnevsky district, Samara region, Russian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk Naval Base CHFL, Member of the Tsubi. Killed in December 1941 in the Kirk Strait. 166. Ovkarenko Alexander Alexandrovich B. in 1911 in Odessa, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, Member of the Tsubi. He went missing in January 1943 in the Black Sea Fleet. 167. Onoprinko Kryl Grigorievich B. in 1913 in the village of Timoshevskaya, Krasnodar territory, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, Member of the Tsubi. Died on December 31, 1941 in Novorossiysk. 168. Ostapin Grigory Kryovich B. in 1913 in Leninsk, Sverdlovsk region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, member of the XUB, died on August 28, 1941 in Tallinn, 169. Osternikov Konstantin Anatolievich B. in 1922 in Chita, Russian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 3rd Branch of the Smershrak for Educational Institutions of the Pacific Fleet, member of the XUB, died on July 22, 1944 at the Pacific Fleet, 170. Pavlov Alexander Efimovich B. in 1910 in Odessa, Junior Lieutenant, employee of the NKVD CHFL, member of the XUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region, 171. Pavlov Pavel Mikhailovich B. in 1897 in Zvenigrad, Moscow region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Investigator of the NKVD BFL, member of the XUB. He went missing in August 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn, 172. Padchin Nikolai Nikolaevich B. 1216-1914 in the city of Shenkursk, Arkhangelsk region, Russian. Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smersh-RD Detachment of Ships of the NK Navy of the Northern Fleet, member of the XUB, died 0904-1944 in the SFL, 173. Pkin Mikhail Lazarevich B. in 1912 in Odessa, Jew. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Coastal Defense Organization of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB. He went missing in July 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol, 174. Panshin Konstantin Alexeyevich B. in 1899 in the village, Kraskovo, Moscow region, Russian. Sergeant, Senior Detective of the 1st Branch of the OO Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB, died on September 1, 1941 at the Odessa sector of the front, 175. Peromenov Alexander Yakovlevich, Red Navy man, shooter of the NKVD SFL, died on July 22, 1942 in the SFL, 176. Parfentyev Petr Vasilievich B. in 1916 in the village of Nikolaevka, Totsky district, Orenburg region, Russian. Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol. He went missing in 1943 in the Novorossiysk region, 177. Parshin Ivan Fedorovich B. in 1905 in the village of Lazarevo, Moscow region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Deputy Head of the NKVD OO of the Ladoga Flotilla BFL, member of the XUB, died on August 17, 1941 in the BFL, 178. Pastashenko Mikhail Dmitrievich B. in 1912 in Gesen, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD Organization of the Pinsk Flotilla, member of the XUB. Missing in 1941-179, Pegida Petr Tarasevich B. 0624-1908 in the village, Chizhavka, Zvenigrad district, Cherkasy region, Ukrainian. Sergeant, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD, Coastal Defense OOCHFL, member of the XUB. He went missing on March 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 180. Parushan Fedor Polikarpovich B. in 1913 in the village of Arkino, Kagopol district, Arkhangelsk region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the Smershrak of the Kronstadt district of the Baltic Fleet, member of the XUB, died on December 23, 1943 in Leningrad, 181. Poliv Ivan Ivanovich B. in 1910 in the village of Novo Kamenevo, Togol district, Altai territory, Russian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL. He went missing in July 1942 in the Sevastopol region, 182. Polishchuk Vasily Semenovich B. in 1914 in the village, Bertish Polyansky district, Cherkasy region, Ukrainian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol. He died in May 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 183. Polyakov Nikolai Ivanovich B. in 1910 in the village Pechivo, Vyazemsky district, Smolensk region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of the 61st Air Brigade of the BFL, member of the KSUB, died June 22, 1942 184. Popov Ivan Vasilievich B. in 1916 in the village Dubelanovo, Kadimk district, Perm region, Komi. Sergeant, assistant detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died on August 26, 1941 in the locality Kezar in the Tallinn region. 185. Potalitsina Ekaterina Alexeyevna B. in 1923 in Kronstadt, Leningrad region, Russian. Junior controller of the VTSOO NKVD VTS BFL, died on 0305-1942 in the BF. 186. Prokofiev Mikhail Vasilievich B. in 1916 in Stavropol, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 7th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the Komsomol, died on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 187. Prokoritov Pavel Alexandrovich B. in 1915 in the village of Stupino, Galitsky district, Ivanovo region, Russian. Boat operator NKVD VMBPO Hanko BFL, member of the KSUB, died on November 4, 1941 during the evacuation from the Hanko Peninsula on the destroyers Metlivi. 188. Prosvernin Vasily Alexeyevich B. in 1907 in the village Kadam, Ryazan region, Russian. Senior political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD of the 9th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 189. Putlyakov Yakov Danilovich B. in 1905 in the village of Dobryanka, Kharkov region, Russian. Political instructor, acting deputy head of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died on August 28, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 190. Pushkin Fedor Fedorovich B. in 1906 in Sevastopol, Russian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD Coastal Defense Organization of the Chelyabinsk Fleet, member of the KSUB, died in 1942, shot by the German occupiers. 191. Razumkov Alexander Yakovlevich B. 0703-1902 in Moscow, Russian. Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD KBFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 192. Ranenberg Alexander Isovich B. in 1915 in Tbilisi, Jew. Junior Lieutenant, Deputy Head of the 3rd Department of the NKVD KBF, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 28, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 193. Rashev Prokopy Pavlovich B. in 1916 in the village of Ostrov Pinesksh, Arkhangelsk region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the 1st Department of the NKVD Naval Base BFL, member of the Communist Party B. Died on November 4, 1941 on the destroyers Metlivi on the Baltic Fleet. 194. Rogatovsky Mikhail Nikiforovich B. in 1892 in the village Chernigovka, Zadonsk district, Lipetsk region, Russian. Military doctor of the 3rd rank, doctor of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 195. Rodin Vladimir Ivanovich B. in 1903 in the village Vranovo, Starozhalovsky district, Ryazan region, Russian. Lieutenant, Deputy Chief of the NKVD of the 6th Marine Brigade Lenef, member of the KSUB, died 0905-1942 in locality Sinyavino, Leningrad region. 196. Rozkov Ivan Semenovich, b. in 1916 in the village. B. Cherevetovo, Divivsky district, Gorky region. Russian. Sergeant, employee of the 3rd OO-NKVD BFL, Secretary of the Deputy People's Commissar of the NKVD of Estonia, member of the KSUB, died on September 15, 1941 in Estonia. 197. Rozim Ivan Alexandrovich, b. in 1908 in Teshit, Tomsk region. Russian. Lieutenant, head of the NKVD OO of the 3rd Marine Regiment of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB, died on June 24, 1942 in Sevastopol. 198. Romanov Fedor Ivanovich, b. in 1905 in the village of Zereki, Kaluga region. Russian. Senior political instructor, senior detective officer of the NKVD OO of the Light Forces Detachment of the BFL, member of the KSUB, died on January 1, 1942 in the BF. 199. Radov Ivan Sidorovich, b. in 1907 in the village of Krasnaya Rakitna, Kirov district, Smolensk region. Russian. Battalion Commissar, Secretary of the Party Bureau of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 200. Ryabtsev Ivan Andreevich, b. in 1908 in Chita. Russian. Lieutenant Deputy beginning OO-NKVD Special Group of the Air Force CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in July 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 201. Nikolai Petrovich Sadovai, b. in 1908 in the village, Kazalitsy, Poltava region, Ukrainian, driver of the NKVD CHFL. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 202. Sazonova Daria Evgrafovna, b. in 1905 in the village, Chabravka, Komyatovsky district, Kursk region. Russian. Employee of the NKVD CHFL. She went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 203. Svalov Veniamin Porfirievich, b. in 1941 in Leningrad, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Senior Detective of the OO-NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died on September 16, 1941 in the BFL. 204. Sverdlov Mikhail Efimovich, b. in 1916 in Aman, Cherkasy region. Junior political instructor, detective officer of the 3rd branch of the NKVD BF, member of the KSUB. He went missing on November 6, 1941 while leaving the island, Ezel, Saaremaa, in Estonia. 205. Semenov Viktor Alexeyevich, b. in 1913 in Michalinsk, Tambov region, Russian. Political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD OO of the Northern Fortified Sector of the Baltic Fleet, member of the Komsomol. He went missing on September 6, 1941 in the region of Dago, Hiiumaa, in Estonia. 206. Semenova Lydia Yakovlevna, b. in 1920 in Kronstadt, Leningrad region, Russian. Quartermaster Technician 2nd rank, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL. She died of wounds on June 14, 1942 in a hospital in Kronstadt. 207. Semin Konstantin Mikhailovich, b. in 1919 Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died on 08-24-1942 on the patrol ship Storm on the Baltic Fleet. 208. Sidorov Konstantin Stepanovich, b. in 1917 in the village of Verkhny Sidorovo, Omsk region, Russian. Junior political instructor, detective officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 209. Sileyev Pavel Mikhailovich, b. in 1916 in the village, Chnakha, Poltava region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant, Assistant Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol. Died 0705-1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 210. Sinega Sava Ivanovich, born 12.1913 in the village, Alexandrovka, Vasilkovsky district, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB, died on July 2, 1942 in the Kerch Strait, 211. Violin Ivan Ivanovich B. in 1917 in the village, Belogorsk, Vroshilovgrad region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB, died on November 28, 1941 on Lake Ladoga, 212. Skubchenko Vasily Pantelevich B. in 1914 in the village, Blagodanov Zerekania, Ambrosievsky district, Donetsk region, Ukrainian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Nikolaev Naval Base CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1941 in the Black Sea Fleet, 213. Slisarenko Vasily Galakshanovich B. in 1913 in the village of Solenoy, Solonyansky district, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. Missing on November 6, 1941 on the island, Ezel, Saaremaa, in Estonia, 214. Smirnov Ivan Mikhailovich B. in 1911 son, Sidrovozarenka, Lukovikovsky district, Tver region, Russian. Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. Died on May 14, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet during the sinking of the destroyer Dzerzhinsky, 215. Smirnov Mikhail Mikhailovich B. in 1896 in the Yaroslav region, Russian. Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. Died on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn on the patrol ship Snow, 216. Smirnov Nikolai Yakovlevich B. in 1913 in the village, Ilmino, Bolshvoyasky district, Penza region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant Operational Officer of the Smershrak of the 142nd Marine Battalion Lenf, member of the KSUB. Died on February 18, 1943 in the village, Morozovo, Seveletsk district, Leningrad region, 217. Aul Ivan Petrovich B. 1117-1911 in the village, Aspanovka, Galyipali district, Zaporizhzhia region, Ukrainian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1941 in the Odessa region, 218. Sokolova Nina Alexandrovna B. in 1918 in the village of Chertovo, Suday district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Controller of the second category of the CCOO NKVD BFL, member of the Komsomol. Died on March 10, 1942 in the BFL, 219. Solovyov Vasily Arkadievich B. 0903-1914 in Voronezh, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 1st Submarine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He went missing in 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet, 220. Solovyov Konstantin Lazarevich B. in 1914 on the N. Bogdanovka farm in the Zioncherinsky district of Bashkiria. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Libau Naval Base BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on June 28, 1941 in Lipa, Latvia, 221. Solomatin Yakov Petrovich B. in 1917 on the Solomatino farm in the Novoannensky district of the Volgograd region, Russian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 3rd Marine Regiment of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the Komsomol. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol, 222. Sorokin Vasily Ivanovich B. 0403-1910 in the village, Mosquitoes of the Velsky district of the Tver region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 223. Spassky Vladimir Vasilievich B. in 1903 in the village of Glebovo, Rybinsk district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Operational officer of the NKVD of the 61st Air Brigade of the BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 while moving from Tallinn. 224. Satin Sergei Semenovich B. in 1912 in Rostov-Don, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 76th Marine Rifle Brigade of the Southern Fleet, member of the KSUB. Died in April 1942 in the Edwo. 225. Sudaisky Sergei Nikolaevich, died in March 1944 in the Nikolaev region. Landing in the port of Nikolaev, buried in the mass grave of paratroopers in Nikolaev. 226. Sulimov Nikolai Vasilievich B. in 1907 in Tula, Russian. Major, Senior Detective of the 2nd Branch of the Smershrak BFL, member of the KSUB. Died on October 21, 1944. 227. Tezin Marsilyov Nazibyaletovich B. in 1909 in the village, Kyanovo, Verkhnmalinsky district, Perm region, Tatar. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the 3rd Department of the Northern Fleet, Investigative Officer of the NKVD LENF, member of the KSUB. Died on September 12, 1942, buried in Leningrad. 228. Taimanov Valentin Alexeyevich B. in 1916 in the village of Golovtsevo, Aglik district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. Died on August 25, 1941, buried in Tallinn. 229. Timoshkin Alexey Efimovich B. in 1909 in the village, Kachkrovo in Mordovia, Mordvin. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL, member of the Komsomol. He went missing in 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 230. Titov Konstantin Arsentievich B. in 1910 in the city of Gorod, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 2nd Submarine Brigade of the BFL, member of the KSUB. Died on December 3, 1941 on the motor ship I, Stalin. 231. Tkakenko Pavel Klimentyevich B. 0910-1910 in the city of Zmrinka, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Senior Lieutenant, Operational Officer of the Smershrak of the 2nd Brigade of Torpedo Boats of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. He died on September 10, 1943 and was buried in the city of Novorossiysk, Krasnodar territory. 232. Tkakenko Fedor Stepanovich B. in 1906 in locality Tashkovka mine in Donetsk region, Ukrainian. Senior Political Instructor, Deputy Head of the NKVD Organization of the Pinsk Flotilla, member of the KSUB. Missing in 1942. 233. Tomchak Anton Petrovich B. in 1916 in the village, Lemeshi, Yanishpol district, Zhytomyr region, Ukrainian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD OOPO Hanko BFL, member of the KSUB. Died in 1942 on the BFL. 234. Ashakov Mikhail Efimovich B. in 1909 in the village of Avarkovo, Velsky district, Western region, Russian. Driver of the Libovsk Naval Base BFL. Missing on June 28, 1941. 235. Fadiv Boris Grigorievich B. in 1904 in the village of Plashika, Vereshchaginsky district, Sverdlovsk region, Russian. Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on November 1, 1941 in Sevastopol. 236. Fedorov Nikolai Dmitrievich, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, missing in action on August 28, 1941. 237. Fedorova Antonina Alexeyevna B. in 1913 in the village of Levalovo, Oranenbaum district, Leningrad region. Russian, typist of the NKVD organization of the Libau Naval Base BFL. Missing on 0706-1942-238. Fedotov Nikolai Dmitrievich B. in 1906 in the city of Sestretsk, Leningrad region. Russian. Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 239. Fomenko Grigory Zakharovich B. in 1918 in the village, Melomeno-Timashevsky district, Krasnodar region. Russian. Employee of the NKVD CHFL. Died in May 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 240. First Ivan Mikhailovich B. 0807-1914 in the village, Kozievka, Krasnokutsk district, Kharkov region, Ukrainian. Senior Lieutenant Operational Officer of the Smersh of the 83rd Red Banner Marine Rifle Brigade of the SKF, member of the KSUB. Died on September 29, 1943, buried in Anapa. 241. Kate Alexander Grigorievich B. in 1898 in Leningrad, Jew. Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 242. Kalansky Makardanilovich B. 0413-1902 in the village, Vodopyanovo, Ilensky district, Stalingrad region. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk Naval Base CHFL, member of the KSUB. Died on July 24, 1942 in a partisan detachment on the Kirk Peninsula. 243. Kharkov Leonid Ivanovich B. in 1915 in the city of Barabinsk, Novosibirsk region, Russian. Military Technician 2nd rank, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 while moving from Tallinn. 244. Vetov Nikolai Grigorievich B. in 1903 in Astrakhan, Russian. Major, head of the Smersh RD team of the 255th Marine Brigade of the SCF, member of the KSUB. Died on September 11, 1943 in the area of the Gelendzhik-Novorossiysk Highway. 245. Kramkov Ivan Semenovich B. in 1914 in the village of Teplyaki, Chastinsky district, Perm region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 154th Separate Naval Rifle Brigade of the Donef, member of the KSUB. Died on January 13, 1943 in the village, Old Otrodestvo. 246. Khrushchev Mikhail Ivanovich B. 0918-1904 in the village, Kozlovka, Baltesky district, Saratov region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant Operational Officer of the Smersh of the Novorossiysk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the KSUB. Died on September 13, 1943 in Novorossiysk. 247. Tsvetan Anton Sergeyevich B. in 1907 in the locality, Kablik, Gesinsky district, Vinnytsia region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant Detective Officer of the 5th branch of the NKVD CHFL, member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol. 248. Chepilenko Nikita Ivanovich B. in 1911 in the village, Ivanovka, Izium district, Kharkov region, Ukrainian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Pinsk Flotilla Zapovo, member of the KSUB. Died in September 1941 in the Bvi. 249. Chernov Vasily Ivanovich B. in 1919 in the village, Bagri Stalingrad, Volgograd region, Russian. Junior Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 255th Marine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB, died 02-11-1943-250. Chernigorov Mikhail Mikhailovich, B. in 1897 in Leningrad, Russian. Lieutenant, Senior Investigator of the NKVD BFL, member of the XUB, died on April 4, 1942 in Leningrad, 251. Chistyakov Ivan Petrovich, B. in 1907 in the village, Babrov, Kalinin region, Russian. Political Instructor, Senior Detective Officer of the Baltic Naval Base BFL, member of the XUB. He went missing on November 6, 1941 in Estonia while leaving the island. Basil, Saaremaa, 252. Chuganov Ivan Nikolaevich, B. in 1914 in the village of Svapusha, Ostashkovsky district, Tver region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the BFL Marine Corps Brigade, member of the XUB. Died on August 13, 1941 in the Weimar region, 253. Charyonov Evgeny Dmitrievich, B. in 1916 in Tula, Russian. Lieutenant, Deputy Head of the 5th Department of the NKVD CHFL, member of the XUB. Missing in October 1941 254. Shachunovsky Lev Zinovievich, B. in 1907 in Taganrog, Rostov region, Jew. Colonel, Deputy Head of the Smersh BFL, member of the XUB. Died on August 23, 1944 in the BFL. 255. Shevchenko Vasily Vasilievich, B. in 1900 Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD of the 68th Naval Rifle Brigade of the ZAKF. Died 10/30/1942 256. Shelopugina Nina Nikolaevna, B. in 1919 in the village, Ilinsky, Uglik district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Typist of the NKVD Coastal Defense Organization BFL, member of the Komsomol, died on September 29, 1941 in a plane crash near the city of Oranienbaum, Lomonosov, 257. Shelepunov Nikolai Alexeyevich, B. in 1905 in the village of Zalotkovo, Nakus district, Yaroslav region, Russian. Senior Political Instructor, Senior Investigator of the Operational Department of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB. He went missing on July 3, 1942 during the evacuation from Sevastopol, 258. Shibanov Sergei Grigorievich, B. 0904-1918 in the city of Yelets, Oryol region, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD SFL, member of the XUB. Died on August 4, 1941 in the Northern Fleet, 259. Shibov Vasily Vasilievich, B. in 1895 in the village, Zabny, Balagovsky district, Kalinin region, Russian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the NKVD BFL, member of the XUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 while leaving Tallinn, 260. Shikida Ivan Vladimirovich, B. in 1913 in Orlovo Ivanovsky SS, Chistyakovsky district, Donetsk region, Ukrainian. Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the Kirk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB. Missing in January 1942 261. Shitikov Vasily Andreevich, B. in 1912 in the village of Zapolek, Borovichi district, Leningrad region, Russian. Political Instructor, Detective Officer of the 6th Separate Marine Brigade of the Baltic Fleet, member of the XUB. Died on November 19, 1941, buried in the area of the station, Ladoga in Leningrad region. 262. Schoolboy L. Davidovich, B. in 1909 in the village of N. Teplik, Vinnytsia region, Jew. Senior Lieutenant, Senior Detective Officer of the NKVD of the Kirk Naval Base of the Black Sea Fleet, member of the XUB. He died in May 1942 in the region of Kirk. 263. Shmylov Nikolai Nikolaevich B. in 1915 in the village Tretyaki, Leskovsky district, Voronezh region, Russian. Junior Lieutenant, Senior Detective of the 1st Branch of the NKVD CHFFL. Member of the Komsomol. Missing on April 25, 1942 264. Shokan Alexander Petrovich B. in 1914 in the city of Belopol, Sumy region, Ukrainian. Junior Lieutenant, Investigator of the 78th Separate Marine Brigade Prime. Member of the KSUB. He went missing on July 2, 1942 in the Sevastopol region. 265. Shpakstein Vladimir Petrovich B. 0721 in Kazan, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 4th Branch of the Roxmarsh BFL. Member of the KSUB. Died 0722 1945 266. Shulga Vasily Safronovich B. in 1910 in the village Shotovka, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Duty Commandant of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. He died in May 1942 during the defense of Sevastopol. 267. Shaliv Fedor Karaitanovich B. in 1912 in the village Novo-Nikolaevka, Dnepropetrovsk region, Ukrainian. Watchman of the NKVD CHFL. Died on May 31, 1942 in the Black Sea Fleet. 268. Eno Nikolai Nikolaevich B. in 1902 in Leningrad, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Senior Detective of the 1st Branch of the OONKVD BFL. Member of the KSUB. He went missing on August 30, 1941 during the evacuation from Tallinn. 269. Yudin Alexander Gavrilovich B. 0804 1907 in Moscow, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Deputy Head of the Personnel Department of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. Died on 0803 1942 in the area of the 35th Battery on Cape Kherson. 270. Ivanov Mikhail Konstantinovich B. in 1919 in the village of Urzovka, Pastoshkinsky district, Kalanin region, Russian. Sergeant, Detective Officer of the NKVD OO of the Pinsk Flotilla. Member of the KSUB. Missing in 1941 271. Yavkin Yakov Danilovich B. in 1901 in the village Yavkino, Bashtansky district, Odessa region, Ukrainian. Battalion Commissar, Head of the Department of the NKVD Water Security District of the Baltic Fleet. Member of the KSUB. Died on September 27, 1941 between Leningrad and Kronstadt. 272. Yaltansky Ivan Alexandrovich B. in 1909 in Baku, Russian. Senior Lieutenant, Detective Officer of the 4th Branch of the NKVD CHFL. Member of the KSUB. Missing in action on January 14, 1943. Named Command Viktor Semenovich Abakumov 1908-1954. Soviet statesman, one of the heads of security agencies. Colonel General 1945. In state security agencies since 1932. In 1941-1943, Deputy People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR, Head of the NKVD Administration of the USSR, State Security Commissioner of the 3rd rank, 1941. Since April 1943, Head of the Roxmarsh NPO of the USSR. In 1946-1951 Minister of State Security of the USSR. In 1951 he was arrested. In 1954 he was sentenced to Yemen on charges of state crimes. The Supreme Commander-in-Chief of the USSR Armed Forces was partially rehabilitated. The charge of treason was dropped. 1994. Avtomonov Alexander Petrovich 1884. He graduated from the Simbirsk Cadet Corps and Military School courses at the Elizabethgrad Cavalry School. He began his military service in 1904 in the 17th Dragon Regiment, in the Gendarme Corps from May 29, 1909, as a junior officer of the St. Petersburg Gendarme Division. From May 5, 1911, adjutant of the Kiev Gendarmerie Police Department. From August 14, 1912, he was seconded to the Sevastopol Provincial Gendarmerie Administration. Awards: Order of St. and 3rd and 2nd degree Order of St. Stanislaus 3rd degree.